Hello one and all, and welcome to the Grand Bosscinerator Giant Zelda series review that we're doing. Woo! This thing is going to be the most epic video that I've ever produced. So, without further ado, let's just get into this. For some people, this series is considered the must-see entry on any critic's to-do list for whatever series they plan on doing. It's definitely a conversation starter. Fans have spent an inordinate amount of time plopping the pros and the cons of any number of these games together in the never-ending debate of which Zelda stacks up the hardest. Of course, after it being 20 years since the debut of our famous Green Tunic Boy, that struggle to find the objective lying in a varied cavalcade has been no less divisive, even with the advent of time producing yet another monkey wrench to toss into that dreaded conversation. What people pick out and point at throughout this franchise can reveal more about them as game players than many other series that happen to exist, simply because Zelda has done so much while also remaining perfectly ramrod straight the entire way down, which is kind of Nintendo in a nutshell. For better and for worse, they'll do new things while also producing 15 clones of the same game. Of course, if you stick with me on my word avalanche following this introduction mishmash, I promise you all out there that you will eventually find where I plant my flag on which Zelda is definitely my favorite, no ifs or buts about it, after going through the decades of history that this series has pioneered throughout Nintendo's almost their entire life. Zelda happens to usually present fun and challenging adventures through the multitude of landscapes that have called themselves Hyrule, along with a couple other places that haven't seen a second iteration that happen to also look exactly like Hyrule. We get to enjoy some simplistic sword-waving, hookshot puzzles, arrow-firing relocation, and all the random-ass puzzles that D&D players are still trying to replicate to this very day on a graph paper form. Today, we'll be looking at the entire canvas, the innovations and the missteps on Nintendo's grand trailblaze to who knows where. And of course, we won't be able to begin our trek without the first step, so let's grab our triangles and sword replicas and relive these glorious days of yore. Now, I've known fans of the series, and very rarely even back in those days of the mid-2000s, a lot of people who grew up on Nintendo's adventuring icon did not begin or hardly played the original. It seems like the game that didn't put the series on the map, and was simply good enough for Nintendo to justify putting out another game or two under that same name. You gotta remember that video games have always been plagued with just many more pretenders than the names that stuck around. So, what we happen to remember is not objectively what got released. I'm even in that camp since I didn't fully play the original until only a few years ago. There's a couple reasons for that in spite of me owning it for many years before that. As some will know, the idea that motivated this game's creation in the first place was that the creator, or the creative team, wanted to create a game that simulated his nostalgic experience of childhood, where apparently he'd just wander around his hometown and get into shenanigans. Finding your own adventure essentially was the entire idea, and the pretentious name for the character was that Link was meant to be the player insert, the player's link to the game itself. Well, I can't fault the original idea, they definitely made that happen, and that's the first big reason why this went untouched on my shelf. A bunch of NES games are pretty notorious for their difficulty curves being out of step with our modern understanding of how a game works. A game is meant to be played to completion, whereas in those days you could find games that you had to battle to completion, which drove the early culture around video games due to the strategic nature of playing them in any serious way and trying to find the invisible secrets throughout whatever game you happen to have been playing. And original Zelda has that in bits and parts during the end dungeons when you start encountering dark nuts and whiz robes and rooms that basically drop you in with 6 to 8 enemies and just say, "Good luck, buddy." Of course, if you were good at the game, you could counter this with potions and bottled fairies and other items and maybe a better sword. It was a different time for Nintendo, one that meant an uphill battle to meet some of the game's credits. One that meant that a couple of their final dungeons will meet you with many copies of previous bosses, bunches of dark nuts and gibdos, and of course a sprawling mess of a labyrinth containing the all-important Pig Monster Man. What doesn't help is that the game also requires that you have some in-depth knowledge about bombable, invisible doors, along with a good puzzle brain to suss out all the useless old men characters who actually give you the hints. While the game can get difficult, what really puts the original into the spot of irritating retro game for me is its obtuseness. This game does not lay out all of its cards and expects you to pick up about half the deck for yourself through its old man clues, which sounds like a good idea in theory. Explore the dungeon to find hints for the dungeon itself or for the future stuff that you have to do later. That would be the case in real life if a bunch of the clues weren't stuff like, there's a secret where the fairies don't live, or there's a secret at the tip of the nose. And the sheer amount of hidden crap on the overworld is left unsaid, with how many invisible shops and pickups litter the map for you to find that have all the useful and expensive items that would actually help. This would be irritating, but fine if the economy was like most Zelda games and was completely useless, and you could just pick up infinite bombs at any time by reloading the map over and over again. But that's not really the case. Items are sometimes hard to come up with at a moment's notice, and the sheer amount of spots that you'd have to bomb in this game to discover these shops and other locations takes a lot more bombs than the world can really support. The wacky logic of the game has a lot of tripping stones on the main path. This isn't just for large rupee caches or heart pieces. This is for major stuff like dungeon entrances, where in order to get to some of those later dungeons in the second half, you have to start burning down random trees or using your whistle on particular map squares to find it. All with pretty much no actively findable hints around them, of course. You have to talk to all the old men everywhere and hope that you get the hints that way. I get that the whole idea of the game is the love of discovery, but that doesn't tend to work in a video game since literally hiding vital triggers to complete the game mostly looks like what it actually is. A dick move. And it doesn't end there. The puzzle elements of the original game aren't as well formed either as later entries where they got tightened up and formulaed in. Like something as simple as keys to lock doors. A couple dungeons in the back half have more locked doors than keys in them, which runs you into an odd situation where you can start using keys from earlier dungeons on doors from the one you're stuck on, along with a pickup at some point where you just get maxed out or infinite keys, which is completely absurd for the series that perfected the flow of dungeon puzzles in the future. Beyond that, the NES can't support that many puzzles, so most of everything else is either kill all the enemies in that room, or push a block the right direction in a room to open the door or reveal the item. So suffice it to say that I don't have the nostalgic connection to this game one bit, and it's just not the Zelda that we knew and loved and grew up with. But it is an important starting point for what would become an important quality entry that would be the proving ground for what would come later. The justification for an actual franchise. There is a time and place for games that allow you to explore their worlds, but games like that give recognizable hints and build the map around where the secrets and the path they expect you to go actually is, usually especially when the designers are also hiding things. They are optional goodies that aren't necessary to complete the game. The original Zelda seems like it was made ahead of its time, and what the creators were trying to do couldn't really fit onto the NES. The game still made important innovations that helped to spur the game, and honestly video gaming, into its eventual future, such as the introduction of some sort of saving mechanic. The world itself was breathtakingly vast for the early 90s, late 80s, along with the item collection. But it's also a game that tricks its audience, starting out straightforward before getting the player lost in a spiral of riddles and death. I can respect it for trying, and it was a huge hell of a try. I mean, saving, that was just insane for innovations in that early day. But in execution, the game clearly starts falling apart in the back half, and then it pile drives you straight into the floor if you even think about trying out the appropriately named Death Mountain without a bunch of caveats backing you up on emulation. It's not a surprise to me that a lot of people don't actually begin with the original entry getting into this series. Yeah, I don't know what the hell Nintendo was smoking either when this game happened. If you thought there wasn't enough adventure game illogicality in the original, well, it's time to meet Adventure of Link, where Link goes on an adventure to save Zelda from oversleeping. Rather than continue on from the original's top-down design, the sequel went for a peculiar side-on perspective that emphasized more of the sword combat, and ironically, all this effort on the game's fighting was the worst part of the entire reshuffle. I did say the original was difficult in the back half. This one has the opposite problem, where it's so nonsensical at the beginning that it'll be a struggle to even get to Dungeon 1, but if you stick with it, then at least you'll know what you're trying to do, as the later enemies smash your face into the floor anyway. This game, if you pursue it, will make you suffer. Not all the time, but at some of the important times. There are times in the game that you will run into Garayas, or those lizard men, or Iron Knuckles 3 or 4 or I don't know 6 times in a row. And there are gauntlet enemies where you'll have to precisely stab them 7 or 8 times to get a kill, and in return they can chop your health bar into tiny chunks with no warning and pretty much no pattern on top of it. When I got to these areas in these battles, I was literally save stating between each successful stab. It was incredibly unfair. Fortunately, early on you do get a spell that uses your MP to fill your HP, if you have it, but again, later dungeons will require your magic for other spells, so I guess you better have a magic potion or something. I don't know how this is supposed to work in concept. Oh yeah, that's another thing that should get a mention. This game also has a spell system where you can cast magic. Things like fireballs and shields, extra jump power, and being able to fly, temporarily. On top of that, this game also gives you an RPG experience bar which will level up your HP and MP over time as you continue to kill things. It doesn't give you an edge more than just keeps you at the level you should be to make the trials you face possible. It's not like an actual RPG where power leveling early on will let you break the game in half, but it's something that will really keep you going. The spells aren't super interesting since they act more like Zelda items than actual magic, since they've more been used for solving the game's puzzles. Speaking of which, like the original, there are no dungeon puzzles or much of anything beyond key in door or weird key in weird door. Use silly item to solve silly puzzle. The adventure game shit is back, where Link has to go into the wilderness and sometimes discover a couple completely hidden staircases to get hints, quest givers, or items to find the way forward, and sillily enough, some of these inter-dungeon segues are even more convoluted with the new abilities that the sequel's coders have, where Link will have to wander into the wilderness to find a new village, the next quest giver, or go into some remote cave to get an item on the edge of the map and come back to open the path. It's even more of a segmented mess than the original game. Of course you have hints, but they're just like the original's hints. Doing this legitimately means that you'll have to solve riddles and or brute force your way through the whole game, exploring literally every map square and, I don't know, burning everything down in the hope that you find something, and honestly just hoping for the best. Which doesn't help when some of the problems are actually invisible, such as finding the appropriately named Hidden Dungeon. Fuck off, Nintendo. This stuff is silly. Walk up to well to get water, bring water to thirsty person. I think the game could have been better served by switching the adventure game nonsense to optional stuff and smushing more of that effort on the world map exploration into the dungeons. Then we could just go from one to the other like the original instead of wasting time wandering around and getting our butt kicked from place to place, forcing us to deal with this dumbass new sword combat they made just for this game. It is a true mess that didn't need to happen, but on the other hand, I do like the Castlevania 2-esque villages since they give some life to the game. Make it feel like there's a world in Hyrule that people live in, and give a little flavor to some of these levels, such as the Screwed Over village. That's totally enthralled by Ganon, and some of the people are literally doppelganger monsters. That's a cool idea that gets squandered by the apparent need to have stupid one-dimensional quest NPCs in it. Of course, while the overworld travel is generally the dumbest part of the game, infuriated by the combat, which of course includes random number generator battles that appear on the map in most places, along with the forced combat sections that invisibly appear out of literal nowhere. There is one piece of the game that anyone will remember. The resurrected Death Mountain, again appropriately named. Instead of the original, where it was the last dungeon and was twice as big and 3 times as hard as anything else in the game. Here, it's the payment you have to do to get to Dungeon 2. The second dungeon. This thing is another labyrinth with like 15 different exits to get the item you need, the hammer. And it is filled with tons of enemies, especially the introduction of the Garayas, axe-wielding behemoths that will destroy you in a few seconds, with non-shieldable axes just to really screw you in. That's not to mention the host of other lesser enemies that'll simply be whittling your health down along your entire travel. The whole thing is just a colossal jerk move from the developer to produce quite the unfair challenge for being required so early in the game. Considering all the required items, I don't know if it's even possible to open world style bookend this for later and move on to Dungeon 3. I think you are seriously locked into this malarkey. It's pretty ironic that the actual boss fights in the game are probably apples to apples the easiest part of the entire experience. I'd rather fight Dark Link 4 times in a row than those stupid Dark Nuts in the final temple. As much as I can respect Nintendo's people for going in a different direction and putting all this effort into recreate Hyrule from the ground up, but it seems that going over the game, all they ended up doing was looking at the original and doubling down on the worst aspects of what made it annoying to play in the first place, rather than working on the actual adventure and progress of the journey that would later define the regular series. Thankfully, this side-on sword combat focus was lost with the original game that used it, and all that other useless nonsense was thrown out the window of their highest skyscraper. After finishing up with Nintendo's shaky early years with Zelda, after they finished up with Super Mario World, they finally premiered the game that set the tone for the franchise overall on the SNES, the iconic Link to the Past. This was the game that the sequel should have been, staring at the original game and thinking of how to make the experience of gathering items, conquering dungeons, finding side quests, and defeating the big bad dude better, rather than drowning it in the miserable aspects. While Link to the Past is such a great innovation on the series formula that would eventually lead the show to its N64 greatness, there was definitely one thing holding it back. Thankfully not by much, but I will mention it up front. After getting introduced to the Dark World, the game starts scaling up in difficulty pretty severely if you're used to other Zelda games before coming here. Enemies will just start out of nowhere dealing heavy damage while you're dungeoneering and also respawning and being loaded back to back in certain places. There are some gauntlets here, and it feels like such a weird miss for a Zelda game that pretty much got everything else right. The bosses are the appropriate challenge that they should be and feel like legit Zelda bosses using the dungeon item mechanics. The dungeon enemies shouldn't be the brunt of the challenge, but I do want to say that it's not a problem across the board. Just in some areas that don't really make sense, kind of like the Wall Masters, that'll just reset the whole dungeon if you end up getting caught by them. And they're pretty easy to lose to instead of their 3D equivalents where you have to stand still for 15 seconds to get got. So, beyond that misstep, this is the game that Zelda should have started out as. You get immediately roped into the big bad wrecking up Hyrule, you pick up your sword and go to the castle to figure out the problem, and through a local impossible to pronounce magical man, you get set out into the world to figure it out and save the world. Thankfully there's enough clues and locked away paths by later items that for the most part you'll be figuring your way around what you need to do, unlike the original's obtuseness. Since this is on the SNES, we have the added graphical horsepower to back up this adventure with dialogue and a couple of cutscenes. There are some obscure things, such as finding the Zora Fins, the cave, and dealing with the Medicine Woman, among other things such as how to actually get to Turtle Rock, but for the most part you have a coherent A to B through line through the entire game. The first part is simple: do 3 dungeons, get 3 magic rocks that'll unlock the sword, and use that to bust into the castle and kick ass. This is the first game in the series that has stuff that we'd see later in Zelda dungeons. Multiple floors filled with enemies and convoluted hallways, periodically getting stopped by puzzles and platforming challenges on the hunt for items that'll open up the rest of the dungeon that actually have the tight design that the series is known for. So, no more having to use keys from Dungeon 3 to get through Dungeon 7. All with a boss at the end and maybe a big enemy in the middle if we feel up to it, and usually each dungeon has some sort of theme. Unfortunately, right now, it's the bottom barrel ideas of dirt temple, water temple, fire temple, and so forth. They do get away from this when one temple is a bandit hideout, but moreover, it'll be elemental temples and not much else. The bosses in this game are a pretty good lot, being able to compose simple but challenging obstacles with memorable designs that work wonders in their usually small arenas. Of course, 3D can kick most of their butts in the interesting department, but it's still pretty grade A stuff for the middle years of the 16-bit era. However, what really made Link to the Past shine for fans for years was the implementation of somewhat true open-world design. While being kind of objectively small, the world of Hyrule and the Dark World are densely packed with areas to find and people to quest for. This game has legitimate quests to take on, which mostly boil down to get item for weird person for other item, or continually find odd difficult to find and or get to places to grab heart pieces and other upgrades. This game has a ton of items, like the inventory screen is huge for this game. It's completely ridiculous. The addition of NPCs to the game, legitimate NPCs, was also a very nice touch to give the world some atmosphere and a little bit of depth, make it feel a little alive, even if the lore of the game is about as deep as a puddle. But still, it makes the game feel like it's a bit more multidimensional in a way that the original could only dream of doing. A real world worth saving even when delving into its dark equivalent. Helping out the open feel of the game is that theoretically when you do get to the second half, you can take on most dungeons in a different order than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As long as you can get there with a truly ridiculous number of items to find, there are like 30 of these goddamn things like I mentioned. You do have some choice when it comes to progressing through the game. Legend of Zelda ended up losing its way on the NES introduction, and Nintendo managed to hit the thing home with a slam dunk in the 16-bit, showing the people that liked the original that this was how the future of our green tunic kid was going to be, and it was grand. It was a great time. This thing was exactly what Super Mario World did for the Zelda series. Revolutionized it, updated it, showed it the way forward. This was the game that really started things forward. Welp, that didn't take long for things to get weird. Yeah, shortly after the breakthrough success of Link to the Past, we returned to the series for Link's Awakening, a Game Boy and yes, original Game Boy iteration of the SNES game's idea packaged into a completely different adventure. This one taking Link inside his own mind to conquer the big bad appropriately named Nightmare. After going on a voyage with only 6 logs to save his little ass, he capsizes and wakes up on a faraway island filled with complete weirdos. Like other handheld games, Link's Awakening was not chastised for chasing its dreams and filled its world with whatever it could think of. A Kirby-like thing shows up, enemies from Mario games appear, and a whole bunch of kooky NPCs, such as the incredibly shy man who serves as your hint guide throughout the game. A man who will only talk to you through various telephones, mark them telephones, scattered around the world since he's too scared to speak in person. Helping you in part during your journey is a young girl with big dreams on the island who rescues you from the beach. Through her powers of optimism and magical singing ability, she'll give Link at least 3 hints to help him out through the entire game. Shortly after meeting up with a helpful talking owl who directs him on what he's supposed to be doing on the island in the first place, Link finds out that he's in a waking dream world trapped by the big bad on the island whose magical influence is preventing the wind fish from awakening itself and allowing Link to escape his tropical prison. In order to destroy Nightmare, Link must gather sacred instruments that'll play a melody to help banish the terrible beast and help the wind fish, I guess. Likewise, they're guarded in dungeons by boss monsters, then they'll have to be solved to save the blah blah blah. You get the gist. This game plays as a mix between LTTP and the original game, requiring you to traverse the open world without much direction by the designers, and mostly discovering it through a combination of the helpful shy man, blockages by certain items and street signs. The island is a good blend between being small enough to not be irritating and fit on the Game Boy, while also being large enough to feel like a grand adventure filled with NPCs, enemies, and different regions to bumble through. There's not as much content, there's not as many quests, there's not as many items, but the game makes up for a lot of its derivatives by having its own slate of secrets and just for how out of the box its entire concept is. This game contains a pretty epic trading quest for an important item that'll take you through finding like 14 random objects held by ridiculous NPCs who want strange archaic things that sometimes don't make any sense. The entire game nailed like it has that feel of a true dreamlike quality where the people live their lives according to rules of an alien understanding but in human form. Thankfully, the dungeons are sober enough, again with particular feels, themes, and a gimmick or two, to mirror the new items you'll be finding, such as the power bracelet to push things and pick up blocks, to the rock feather, which now equips Link with the ability to jump. Something so useful that it's a shame that you have to assign it to one of your 2 buttons. Other than that, you'll get your typical boomerang, bow, and hookshot puzzles to round out the rest of the game. A couple of the dungeons can also get particularly interesting, like the Eagle Tower and Catfish Maw, with how in the sky or underwater it can get, making for some different challenges throughout progression and different puzzles. For being on the comparatively underpowered as a calculator Game Boy original, Link's Awakening provides a complete and surreal adventure that was never again seen in the series, where Link has to use his skills and knowledge to trek through a world that runs on its own rules, where finding each dungeon is trek in of itself with no straightforwardness, all pulled along by Kepra Gebra, the worst owl in the universe. Along with an attempted moral quandary by the end where Link would have to reckon with the idea that since the entire island only exists in his dreamscape, will getting what he wants lead to the death of everyone who quote-unquote lives there? Definitely see why this game was up for a modern remake a couple of years ago. Oh, I should mention before I head out on this section, the director's cut of this game, yes, there was a director's cut, that was released for the special Game Boy Color, did include an additional dungeon, the Color Dungeon, that showcased the technology from the upgrade, and it's perhaps one of the worst dungeons ever made, being horribly simplistic and childishly easy. A tiny dungeon that offers nothing much more than color-based gimmicks to show off, rather than being challenging or an interesting diversion. The dungeon even has 3 bosses in it for some reason, with the final one being a larger version of a regular enemy, yet somehow being one of the hardier ones, requiring a lot of dicing apart with the Master's Sword. At least by the end, you get an actual reward with one of 2 males that increase your defense or offense for the entire game. At least that's something for going through this glorified tech demo. Well, I guess at the end of the day, Nintendo's going to do as Nintendo does. But still, definitely solid handheld Zelda experience. The first on a good line of games coming forward. Yeah, I'm sorry folks, but we can't do a full honest look at the series without looking at all 3 of these games. I won't try to keep us here as long as we have to, because holy blidgery lovery guts, this is the trash of the highest order. If you're looking at this game and wondering how the Zelda brand got onto something this terrifyingly bad, let me illuminate you. It's the end of the SNES lifeline, and Nintendo was looking to the future. Anyone who knew what they were talking about knew that the power of the 64-bit was going to be in CD-ROMs. So Nintendo started sourcing out some help to get itself off of cartridges. It landed on the desk of Sony at first, to the point that they ended up creating the now bizarrely titled prototype, the Nintendo PlayStation. Shortly after the prototyping was about to finish was when the deal broke down pretty damn hard, with Sony and Nintendo arguing about distribution and licensing rights with their deal, with one side arguably trying to pull a fast one to write the deal in a way that would leave the other side with hardly any profits on the back end. The group split apart and Nintendo had to basically start from scratch, this time with Philips, a still-going electronics company, to continue their project. Unfortunately, similarly nothing the pair put together panned out, so Nintendo had to leave Philips with practically nothing for how much effort they were putting behind this project. In order to help smooth their cut losses, Nintendo decided to give Philips something that would have been a golden ticket if it happened to anybody else in the future: full licenses to produce multiple games with their brands. Philips ended up getting 1 Mario game and 3 Zelda ones, which caused Nintendo to seek out Fantasy Factory, and with no idea of what they were doing by any party, they set about putting their dunce caps on and finished this baffling mess. Super unfortunately for me, I was playing this with substandard emulation, since actually buying the tech to play these games can go for around $700 on eBay. Believe it. So I ended up playing Faces of Evil in the worst possible form. No cutscenes and full gameplay, because honestly the cutscenes are the only things worth seeing on this trash fire. In order to push the CDI, which was the console they made to play these cartridge poos, they marketed it by combining video games with TV shows, essentially mandating all games be included with FMV stuff to make it stand out. But since Zelda was a childish fantasy game, Fantasy Factory set about producing cartoons to fill that quota, rather than full camera work, and so we ended up getting this.
Ugh, why'd you do that?
I just saved you from Ganon.
You did not.
Well done, Link. Ganon is once again imprisoned. Come. Look, already Koridai is returning to harmony. The birds are singing. Isn't it beautiful? Golly.
Yeah, it's no secret that no one working on this game was talented or went on to produce anything else of value. It doesn't stop there, though. At least those cutscenes are so bad that they're mystifyingly good. The gameplay is amazingly revolting in that peculiar way that only bad indie games can manage. Faces of Evil is a combination of erratic combat, nonsensical puzzles, and stupidly obtuse items that have one use and nothing else. You'll be going through this game battling enemies that are so awfully programmed that staggering anything is a pipe dream, which means you can get trapped in enemies and hope for the best to get out. Link's jump is trippy at best with a terrible frame rate, button inputs, and fucked up physics. The platforms in the game can barely be told apart between the fore and background, and trying to go up or down is a fool's errand. About a third through the game, if you solve a nonsense NPC interaction, you'll get the beam sword, which at least gives you a chance if you stay at full health, which is debatable. Plus the game also has no sense of direction anywhere, and without a walkthrough, you essentially have to go to each area and rub Link and/or as many items on every object to make something happen most of the time. At least the NPCs can speak, so you know which key goes to which guy, but beyond that, good fucking luck. Add to that inconsistent damage and invincibility frames, and you get the hottest mess that Zelda will see in 15 years. Oh, and add money gates and required item farming to the laundry list of what the hell I almost forgot. At the end of the day, even though Nintendo could have full rights to add whatever Philips made folded into the regular canon, this game is a curiosity at best. Something for only the truly hardened fans or fans of B-tier video games to trifle with, especially with the difficulty of getting an emulated copy to run at all in spite of modern software being released for it, and then immediately failing to work. Funnily enough, on Philips' part, the thing they added to their games to stand out was the only redeeming feature of this game, as the cartoons are so short and bizarrely created that they in of themselves are worth preserving. Faces of Evil is a simple lesson to all in doing your homework and research before starting any project. Wink. Okay, to be honest guys, I'm not going to spend a lot of time dissecting this one. It's got virtually the same interface, controls, and all the problems as Faces of Evil, is developed by Fantasy Factory, and came out at virtually the same time as that other game. Hell, it's even gone down to having a bunch of the same items for some reason. Considering they're so fucking useless across the board, I'm surprised they didn't just make up another whole swath of MacGuffins like the Electric Crystal, Harpoon Boots, or the Tome of Stygian. It is notable for being one of the only Zelda games to have Zelda playing the leading role, which doesn't mean much since she's essentially a girl Link in this game, which could have some implications if this game had anything resembling a plot. A couple notable failures of this game in particular are the Wind Waker style money gates that it has for no logical reason. Just throughout the walkthrough, you'll hit parts where it says get 500 rupees, which is insane considering how impossibly random the combat ends up being, and the fact that in order to defeat Ganon, all you need to do is grab the titular Wand of Gamelon, which you nab about 30 minutes before you use it, naturally, and just throw that at him and he'll die in one hit. Also, for some reason, Fantasy Factory decided to do lantern upgrades throughout the game. I have no idea why you need to buy 3 different lanterns, but hey, they're there for you. Maybe Zelda can't see in the dark with her royal blood. It's a whole new world for our female protagonist that happens to look exactly the same as Link's Adventureland. I guess that Pokemon dual dipping thing was so popular that even complete charlatans got a dig in on it, because there is no legitimate reason this game exists other than fulfilling Phillips' contract. I know that this was Phillips' only foray into the gaming scene, this console, but they did have money. They had a recognizable brand, but this was the 6th generation. You couldn't find any studios that were worthy of the task. There were tons of people making Zelda clones. There was probably like 5 of them in the PSX library, in the Sega shit. Somebody could have helped you. This is the age of constant PSX startups falling all over themselves to produce shovelware, and some of them were actually good at it, Phillips. This isn't that hard. But then again, considering how fucked the CDI was, would experience even matter at this point? What fucking studio has game design and cartoon animation experience at the same place? Unsurprisingly, in retrospect, I let this one go on my first rundown due to extreme emulation problems. I actually decided to simply suck it up, waste 3 days trying to fix it, and played with the original problems a couple of months ago. And there are things I want to talk about with Phillips' final product, Zelda's Adventure. This was one that was produced by a different company, because I suppose Fantasy Factory couldn't shell out 3 games in 18 months. What a surprise. This one was done by a company called Vera D, and it couldn't be any different from the previous pair. Once again, we pilot Zelda in this game since Link was taken hostage off screen by something that doesn't move. The first thing you'll notice in this game is that it has FMVs instead of cutscenes, which helps the game look actually presentable since the costumes aren't trash, the actors aren't the worst humans in the universe, and the sets and the presentation and the cameras aren't the worst. Let's just say by comparison, Zelda's Adventure has stuff going for it. It might not be much, but it's there. What really killed my interest in playing this game is that the situation I found myself in is that whenever I died playing this game, the emulator would crash, and I'd have to restart the entire dungeon again from square one to do it. Pretty terrible for the first 3 bosses, but I got to a point where it wasn't a big issue anymore, thank Christ. I got to play this for longer, along with some lovely help from detailed walkthrough writers on GameFAQs helping us all out in dealing with these trash games. The biggest problem with this game comes from Vera D trying to work within the ZDI's limitations. Obviously, the console would be the biggest problem. Honestly, and I say this with all sincerity, if this game got remade on the SNES, it wouldn't be a good game, but it'd be a passable, mediocre Zelda game, because the console it's on is the biggest problem. Zelda in-game is an FMV actor, and the enemies are mostly hand-drawn onto the backgrounds. What this means is that the hitboxes in this game are completely fucked up, so you have no idea how much area the enemies are in, your wand is in, or what the range of anything is. Even down to just getting around this world since the hand-drawn backgrounds, which honestly, the backgrounds look pretty good, but they don't effectively show where the entrances, walls, or corners are, so you just have to figure it out by molesting Zelda on everything. Kind of ironic that the console literally can't handle the thing that it was supposed to be its original selling point, Phillips. Apparently on console, this game would have been a fine experience, since dying in it either resets you to the beginning of the dungeon or the room before a boss fight, which would have been a great decision to reduce frustration, especially since none of the boss fights are so fucked up that they're impossible to beat. They're just so unpredictable that you mostly have to get lucky in their fights to grab the win, since inconsistent hitboxes and damage are rife throughout the entire game, but they're playable. Zelda's Adventure does also have a better progression system, since after the halfway point, you get access to better stats that allows you some freedom to explore without getting instantly murdered, and the ability to circumvent some screens of enemies by entirely moving to a different one and walking around. There aren't a lot of obtuse puzzles that get you stuck between dungeons, and getting lost in most of the entrances to dungeons are easily marked out so that you can figure out what you're doing. But on the other hand, you do find a bunch of spells through this game, either buying them or finding them throughout the entire world, and you can use those spells in ridiculous ways in order to find really hidden heart pieces, and you really do want to get max health due to the aforementioned bunches of hitboxes and damage problems. So there's obtuse stuff where it needs to be in the hidden stuff, but you need the hidden stuff because honestly the gameplay is kinda shitty. Basically, just think of the gameplay like shit Link to the Past. There are a few bizarre trades and items to find along the way with little explanation, which is pretty bad, since even though some of these would be obvious, like shoes, you don't know what specific role those shoes play since the game won't tell you. Another thing that absolutely kills me about this game is that it has an extensive collection of spells, which are useful since they're ranged attacks in tiny screens with ridiculously predictable AI for the regular enemies. They just slowly pathfind at you like that typical shit game way. So you can really pack the enemies in with a weapon that can cover a lot of any screen you're on. But the major problem is that you cast them by paying money as a trade-off, and some of these spells are insanely expensive. Getting money isn't that big of a deal, it's just another major annoyance that didn't have to be in the game. A stamina system would have been the better idea to not abuse your powerful spells if you really cared about us not abusing your powerful spells. Because in this game, I guess they wanted a fair difficulty curve? I respect you, Viewer D, for trying. Another reason why this game wasn't as terrible as I thought at first is that throughout the game, Zelda's adventure actually had some neat concepts for dungeons. Obviously, being on the CDI, they weren't able to properly explore any of them, but the fact that the designers came at this game with unique ideas for dungeons was somewhat impressive. There's the Temple of Illusion, whose entire gimmick is that the dungeon fucks with you using trapdoors, mazes, and invisible doors. Kinda like the Forest Temple from Ocarina, except just focused on the illusions themselves. Then there's the Temple of Destiny, with a concept that was actually kinda interesting. The idea is that the temple was supposed to be the true challenge of whether Zelda was worthy to continue in her adventure. So it's a gauntlet of painful enemies and puzzles of suffering, like that idea was the Sand Temple in Spirit Tracks, where it was a big difficulty curve for the game all at once to show your mettle, because it's Destiny. And then there was the Temple of Strength, where it was supposed to be a gladiatorial arena where the central idea was that you had to beat all of the contestants at events to see the lord of the arena, who was the boss, and that was how you killed it. That dungeon was actually open to the public, believe it or not, so yeah, this game got somewhat creative, which I can definitely respect. But on the flip side, there's also a dungeon halfway through that's the entire dungeon is made of ice physics. What the fuck? I can respect that, but what the actual hell? However, there are 8 dungeons too, so this is a properly long Zelda game with NPCs, trade quests, and exploration, and fully voiced everybody. The controls are a shambles, but with light consequences for losing on console. You could actually have a somewhat fun time with this game, and I kinda want to kill myself for saying that. Oh, Ganon in this game is a garbage version of himself. The only time he appears is his boss fight for like 2 minutes at best throughout the entire adventure. Also, he looks god-awful, so what a waste of a villain there, Viridi. Minus 1,000 points! Well, now that travesty is over, I'm sure this is the one that you've been waiting for. Either that or you just skip to now in the video, which is fair. It's not exactly a secret that Ocarina was the game that really smashed the mold for the series, incorporating a bunch of lessons Nintendo learned with Super Mario 64, and a lot of dedication and drawing table time to figure out how to expand their Link to the Past formula into the 3D domain, and to say that they managed the task would be the grave understatement of this whole video. Nintendo absolutely defined their console by their mastery of design in Ocarina, blowing away tons of expectations and setting the bar for the entire franchise going forward. As we've seen, nothing on this scale has really been attempted before, and these ideas were pretty much brand new across the board, and from having to redesign everything to fit into a 3D space. I'll answer this question up front because it's kind of hard to ignore in that people argue to this day that this game is one of the best of all time, and the counter argument is that the game looks like cheese somehow invalidates its previous accomplishment. While there is something to be said that obviously Ocarina pales in comparison to games that came 20 years later, it's kind of a stupid argument to say that something like Dark Souls 3 deserves to be better than Ocarina. You need to consider its place in history by its time in history, because you can't expect a game made in 1998 to have the same standards in 2011 or 2018 or 2017, because literally that's impossible. Greatest game ever made isn't 100% literal because time continues to move forward and innovations progress. But if you allow Ocarina that at the time asterisk and understand that it was made in like 2000, I'd still say the game is one of the best ever made. Hell, playing it today would still make for a remarkably quality adventure even with the later improvements. It's a simple, robust journey that incorporates more of the time travel angle from Link to the Past to do something game-changing with it, and giving us fancy new characters and reinterpretations that again defined the franchise. Notably, the looks like cheese argument is honestly grasping at straws level moronic. Of course the game looks like how it looks. It's an N64 game. It's like arguing that a drawing done on an Etch-a-Sketch isn't worth half a shit, even if it's actually really good. The graphics have nothing to do with the game being great. The game does that. Ocarina of Time gave the Zelda series a lot of reduxes of series irregularities that would become mainstays, such as the Sleepy Hero Village intro, the focus on the Master Sword and Hylian Shield, the main cast of items, bow, slingshot, hookshot, mirror shield, Deku Nuts, the puzzle to combat ratioed dungeons, the collection of things to defeat Ganondorf, the classic locales such as Hyrule Field and Kakariko Village, Goron and Zora World, and the introduction of a castle town to name but a few things. The sense of open world design and freedom of exploration really came into its own with this game that was reframed by what Link to the Past did, forming a central map that connects to all the important locations instead of just making a big, equally segmented map. This really does a lot to pace out an adventurous journey and make progression to everywhere much more important, which also allows Nintendo to fill it with more story points and some side quests. It's finally a world out there that's ready to be explored and taken. Matched up to their gameplay aspirations, Ocarina does have a further focus on its story, and frankly, it's not a good story. Pretty stock standard for this sort of thing, but damned dry, with Link being called to the hero's path to save the princess and her kingdom because destiny said so, and then he goes and does that with no doubts or twists of any kind. Not much to our reintroduced hero other than his time travel shenanigans, where the game jumps forward 7 years in the middle because Destiny needed that time to prep their hero, and meanwhile, Ganondorf came in and destroyed everything. They attempted to make Ganondorf more of a character in the beginning by him showing up to a meeting with the King of Hyrule, but that's the one and only time, so it was a pretty empty gesture to do that at all without backing it up, or arcing it, or showing more of Ganondorf rising to power, or literally anything. Maybe a story arc instead of a story bullet point. So while the story of the game is pretty lackluster, the dungeoneering is amazingly well done. You can really tell that this was the part of the game where they realized they had to be as strong as possible, and they knocked it out of the park. Being able to redefine their dungeons and craft so many different puzzles and layouts is superb, especially considering this is the first 3D Zelda game. Some of the most iconic experiences in the franchise are found right here. Some iconic for the wrong reasons, but we'll get to that. After a pretty standard dungeon in the Deku Tree, it picks up a little bit with Dodongo's Cavern and gets a bit trickier and more annoying in the Great Whale, since they introduce an escort mechanic to the game, which is not that bad since the escort is treated more like a box than a person. The Forest Temple is where the game really kicked up a notch by leveling up the puzzles and being about twice as big as anything else. Finally giving us our first big boy item in the Magic Bow. The Fire Temple has a great atmosphere, the Water Temple exists, the Shadow Temple is darkly slanted, and the Spirit Temple requires a back and forth between time periods, and that's pretty neat, and it's got good architecture. It's got a good feel, a really exotic, strange, out of nowhere, edge of the world sort of thing. Something to see, and hey, even a little character moment in the seer that we find. That's nice. Each dungeon has their strengths, their weaknesses, their ups and downs, and that's what makes Ocarina so good, is that they have that interesting difference to each place. They each have their own feels and premises, and I applaud the effort on not only shoring up these tests of our courage, but also the stringing of them together, requiring that we travel to different lands and problem solve our way to journey to the ultimate big bads that hold the keys to our success. The progression of this game is amazing. The game's areas are so varied with their own races, segmented around the Hyrule field that have been beset by their unique problems as Ganondorf's influence has spread across the country. Like it's an actual journey, in a land where people live in, where things happen across the 7 years we weren't there. What a quirky idea for a video game. Beyond that, you also have a portfolio of side stuff to do, such as killing golden spiders to get a reward that honestly isn't really worth it. The shops with sideshow games to level up your gear, the ghost hunting stuff, and getting the super big sword that helps you cut Dark Link in half. Again, it's all part of the fully fleshed out world that Nintendo developed that would enrapture fans for years to come. It's a colorful mishmash of the fantasy world ideas that would become what the definition of Hyrule is. We should run through some deeper thoughts about each dungeon before we head out from this entry, since that's all I really had to say. A bloody fantastic game and a challenge that Nintendo met head on to redefine its 3D output by creating a well-paced, wondrous fantasy adventure through a land brimming with promise and things to do. What a golden time to be a fan of this game. They perfectly sharpened their edge on the lessons they learned on Super Mario 64 and brought all that experience to Ocarina of Time to produce this amazing masterpiece. However, the Deku Tree dungeon has nothing to itself. It's literally the stock tutorial dungeon you get out of the box from any game design program. Literally a 5 out of 10 with the dullest weapon, the slingshot, which gets immediately outclassed by the bow, and it's almost useless everywhere else. Goma is a terrible boss with an obvious weakness, beatable in under a minute. That's a complete waste. Dodongo's Cavern is the level that should have been where the Deku Tree started. It was somewhat more expanded with some difficult enemies, some ones you had to work around, and an actual end puzzle to face by bombing the centerpiece with your bombs. An actual full game run tool. The danger of being perpetually close to fire traps helps cement this atmospheric danger run through the sacred Goron site. The Great Whale Temple changed difficult with frustrating throughout from the irritating runarounds you have to do to get a feel of the place because it doesn't really make that much sense. You know, you have to fall through the holes to figure out where you fall into in order to establish, put context to the puzzles when you're trying to figure out where you're going. And the blockages you face with just to get to one place where you can go to start unlocking everything else, and the consistent babysitting of a Zora who doesn't even like you makes the Great Whale an unfortunate design misfire that needed something awesome to offset the annoyances. This idea could have worked if we had a good mini-boss, progression throughout the dungeon, or the boss itself, but arguably the one thing it did right was hand us the boomerang, which can do things some of the time. Plus, the entry condition for this one is kind of absurd. I remember looking it up on a walkthrough a couple of times because it's just not highlighted at all. The Forest Temple, like I said earlier, is where Nintendo stepped up their game on dungeons. This one had a solid premise, a huge layout, and some truly devilish combat encounters and puzzles to deal with. Plus, the slight creepy touches really made the trek back to our home village something to remember, even if it didn't budge the gauge all that much. This temple set the new benchmark for expectations on the adult half of the game. The Fire Temple was similarly well done, involving some backstory about the boss of the temple being so dangerous and living in the worst place you could think of, inside of the Goron's volcano. Again, this temple is really big. It has plenty of puzzles and things to fight, and the central mystery of how the hell are we going to knock down that pillar is what drives fighting through the maze. Plus, the Megaton Hammer is an interesting item since it's one of the few that has a distinct combat ability, although not really much of one. This one keeps you on your toes and keeps tossing curveballs at you as you try to make your way down the aisles of painful fire burning. The Water Temple it's honestly this game's demon ruins. It's just a bad idea crafted badly. One thing that would have obviously helped this game immensely was itemizing the iron boots, which are vital for traversing the water levels, along with having more points of access to change the water level. It seems like this one was designed with the repeat players in mind, only since its path to get through would make sense if you never had to backtrack. Kind of a hilarious oversight for a dungeon so mystifying that it legitimately has 8 small keys in it. What hurts even worse is that when you realize that the dungeon hid one of its keys from you while you were fucking around with the water up until this point that you got to the last locked door, literally a troll added into the major release for this game. And to top it off is the worst boss of the whole game, where you could legitimately get it stuck in a corner for 20 seconds and get an auto win, and the most obvious safety envelopes I've ever seen in any Zelda boss fight. It adds in tons of pillars in the middle to get around, but the best idea is to stand still on the border and constantly hookshot at the boss. It's truly one of Nintendo's greatest mysteries. How did they allow something so clearly bad to happen across the board? Every idea that was had here was the wrong idea. The Shadow Temple got things back on track pretty damn fast. Having an interesting intro where the boss broke out of the temple and totally not set this village on fire. It's also introduced off the back of a great atmospheric dungeon that is one giant troll move. The entire dungeon is useless. The boss is found right at the beginning, and all you actually need to do is run to the other side, play a song, and then run back. If you don't actually know that, then the place is filled with illusions and traps and creepy monsters, which makes it a dank, dire place to get your lens of truth, the uncoverer of deception. The Shadow Temple knocks it up another couple notches by introducing guillotines, invisible floors and walls, the creepy wall masters and mummy monsters, along with some flaming death traps and giant scythes. It's definitely the sort of dungeon you want to see under a graveyard. The Spirit Temple is this game's exotic destination, found in the edge of a desert hidden by magic. This is the one guarded by the Gerudo, a somewhat reasonable group of people once you get to know them. In order to finish the first leg, you have to stealth through their prison and rescue all 4 of the carpenters that decided to visit here when they realized it was an all-female society and then got immediately captured because they're fucking idiots. It's not a good stealth section since the mechanics are crowbarred in as best as the game could manage, and that was not well at the best of times. Then you fight a bunch of swordswomen, and after finishing you gain their respect and get access to the Desert of Illusion, a mystical place kinda like the Lost Woods, where it'll get you lost every time unless you know what you're looking for. Thankfully, the Gerudo marked the way for you, then after all that, you need to do is battle your way past a bunch of spiky Roombas to get to the religious site, a massive statue in the middle of this lost land. The first thing you have to do is come back as a little boy to some introductory puzzle to begin the rest of the dungeon, and from there you get to solve some archaic Indiana Jones puzzles in a wonderfully architectured mausoleum. The columns, the dusty halls, and the spiders and other monsters make this an exotic locale that you want to get lost in while trying to get your head around the wide open map, only to get backtracked 3 times to the statue room without a clue in the world. Then you have to solve some light reflection puzzles, grab the mirror shield to do it a few more times, and get to stand back as your artifact destruction actually moves you to the way out. Plus, you get to have a nice moment with the character you met on the way here, Nabooru, as something happens to her, and get to witness an interesting death scene when the boss is defeated. Not the easiest goal, considering that she's a hell of a lieutenant for Ganondorf. What a hardy lady. Man, that was a swell time. One I would like to revisit any day of the week. Another interesting game of note comes into the fold. I'm not sure what the at-the-time reaction was to Majora being released near the end of the N64, but I sure know what the aftermath was. This game gets talked to death about among all the games in the series, and for very good reason. Majora is a curiosity as much as it is a video game, having been made comparatively quickly off the back of Ocarina. Majora proceeded to be the weird younger brother wearing Ocarina's hand-me-downs for its entire life, while also possessing new skills and mechanics that make it a totally different experience. Majora, as weird as it is to say considering how it turned out, is essentially an asset flip of Ocarina of Time, pulling many models, items, and enemies from that game and plopping them into somewhere different. Termina, A new land plagued by a new problem. The rising of Majora, an evil artifact imbued with fantastic power by some sort of necromantic cult, has ended up in the hands of someone feeble-minded that was easily influenced to do its dark bidding. The mask salesman from Ocarina manages to convince Child Link to get it back for him because it's really, really evil. And also, he's incredibly charismatic and persuasive. Plus, he has a real edge when he knows how to lift Link's curse and can just talk in the first place. We might have gotten scammed here, to be honest, but as Link is an adventure is on the cards, even if it might not be real. So, we wake up in Termina and are immediately thrust into the other new addition to the Zelda formula. The masked salesman says that he only is going to be in town for 3 days, so we have a time limit on tracking down Majora. Also, something else ups the stakes to that effect that we'll find about later. This means that a major part of the game is scheduling your time properly and being on time for certain events that unfold over the 72 hours we've got to work with. It's fantastically utilized for something that was only added to this degree in Majora, with many shops having hours, NPCs having lives that they live and wander from place to place each cycle, along with certain changes that occur between not only day and night, but between each of the 3 days that you have to account for as you plan each cycle. It makes the exploration much more real world and gives you a different sort of challenging and planning experience that Ocarina could only dream about doing. That game had some of these ideas implemented, but not so systematically. So after you suss out how to find Majora, considering you only have 3 days to figure it out from no information, the thing going in your favor is that you're not allowed to leave town, so that limits your investigation. You'll get introduced to the town's businesses and NPCs, what they want and what their deals are, as you track down a starting point. It's a great introductory quest, giving you a taste of what requirements you'll be facing once you achieve your freedom to leave town. You'll need to use your newly acquired form after Mr. Maskey saved you from your curse, your new Deku form. Another big addition to this game was the game's masks. You'll be gathering a set of them during the game that each grant a magical ability that'll help you on your quest in various forms of help. Some stupidly specific and others are more generally useful. There are unfortunately only 3 in the game that are transformation masks. You get to use the powers of a Deku, Goron, and Zora throughout the game that can each accomplish their own goals, be their own puzzle item, such as Deku's useful flight and shooting power that gives Link the edge in finding Majora. After your quest has been completed and you have a feel for the whole town, you'll be getting to your objective a bit ahead of schedule as the clock tower opens up 6 hours before the salesman leaves. You get up to the top and meet the villain, Majora, puppeting the Skull Kid, a mischievous person who was an old friend of the Navi replacement that we met on the way here. A great character who is assertive and functionally useless, frequently chewing out Link in their dialogue as she tries to push him to stop Majora and save her friend and brother. That's a general positive change in the developers, is that a lot of the characters were given personalities, quirks, and weirdness in their interactions that make the player remember who they are and what they do rather than the bland story beats of Ocarina. It gives the player more investment into getting into the nitty-gritty details rather than just being blindsided by everything on their way to the Triforce. But in the end of the cycle, all Link was able to do at the outset was stun Majora a little bit to get something back that was stolen from him before he got here, the Ocarina, something that he can use to thwart Majora's actual plan, crashing the moon into the town coincidentally on the same timetable as the salesman. Obviously, that's the more pressing objective now that Majora's power is rising. The inclusion of this matter determina that's literally hanging over every character makes for a lot of interesting narrative throughout the game, as different characters react to the moon that they can see falling throughout the 3 days in an intriguing set of conversations, again giving more edge to the NPCs and letting you get more invested in the world itself as you connect to their reactions to the existential dread of total annihilation. Kind of like what Link's Adventure wanted to do, but didn't actually get around to using that idea. After Link attempted to thwart Majora using his magical music, all he managed to do was reset the timeline to back when he first got into town, deleting most of his progress and some of his items. This'll be a recurring issue as you have to redo events and save up cash. Use items as you get them. The redoing events part of the game is an annoyance that didn't really need to be here. I like that Nintendo tried to be consistent with its rules, but considering that this whole thing is running on magical powers anyway, did we really need to defeat Goat 5 times to finish everything? The explanation for world-changing events is easy enough. Magic, magic, magic. Hell, it's probably something you could turn on and off again just by bringing the boss masks back to the temple or to somewhere else. Maybe use them as items to do that if you need to have both world scenarios available for progression. Some of the timeline stuff that requires backtracking could have been removed throughout the game. There could have been a way to design it to have it both ways, because this is a video game, and Nintendo have smart people making them. Another major issue I had with Majora was that the running clock of the game also runs throughout the dungeons, which again should not have been a thing. There's no time-sensitive stuff that occurs in the dungeons at all, so I have no clue why you need to do it at all within your 3-dice cycle, or you get hit with a game over. It's so bizarre when you could have just stopped the clock while in the temple. While the schedule mechanic provides so much good in the Majora, it also holds it back in a couple small ways that the remake should have probably got around to fixing. So, now that Link has reset everything, the true quest begins as we finally have a way to defend ourselves and convince the guards to let us leave. There are 4 areas connected with Castle Town that each contain an important mask that has been corrupted by the lieutenants of Majora. Link needs to purify those masks, which will allow the giants that are under the power to rise up and defend Termina from the moon crash. Unfortunately, Majora is a full Zelda game, but the paltry 4 dungeons means a lot less content for this game. The denser open world and side quests try to fill that gap, but that's what longtime players want out of Zelda, so it isn't a good replacement. Just kind of a shame that Nintendo couldn't have done much more, because this is where the cons of the game start coming to the surface. If you are only doing 4 dungeons, then straight out they have to be fantastic, each one in all parts. But in Majora they don't hit that mark. Generally, the dungeons have big annoyances, bad premises, and gimmicks, and require too much effort for what you ultimately get out of them. The items presented aren't fantastic or ingenious, and the puzzles aren't as clever as they could be, or they're way too complicated. This is probably due to the need of Nintendo to follow the time clock and dumb down most of the dungeons to be completable in a 3-day time span. Again, showing why that limitation was a terribly bad idea. The Swamp Palace is like the Deku Tree Temple, really stock standard stuff that doesn't stand out with much of anything. It's the starter set dungeon with a really wonky boss fight in Odwalla without many puzzle elements, and is really just a confusing sword fight with a 15-foot tall weirdo. Snowfall comes out a bit better with a central tower driving the dungeon and a bunch of ice puzzles that we've mostly seen before. It's pretty large and it has enough content in it to really make it the dense dungeon that it should have been, but what really saves it is Goat, so is the best boss of the game by a mile, being a pseudo race with low difficulty that makes the fight a really nice set piece, which it needed to be since you need to redo this one the most. Zora Bay is undoubtedly a huge mess, a water maze puzzle driven by switching currents around and hitting like 4 points throughout the dungeon, along with many keys and a bit of wonky platforming. It's too complicated and convoluted, too big and imposing, with not much reward for how much back and forth and weird swimming time you have to put into this. Plus, the paths are really constricted, which means that the annoying way you have to get around is the only way that you can go back and forth. What makes it worse is George, a boss fought in 3D water with these weird controls whose best way to be beaten is for Link to get right up next to him or ram into the boss, meaning that you'll most likely be getting hurt during the attack or when he gets up from being stunned. George is incredibly fast, agile, and damaging as a boss, giving you no room for safety as the platform is almost useless in the whole fight, as you can barely target and attack the boss, along with not having the time to get George once stunned from above water to get much damage, making the whole Zora dungeon experience a massive misfire. What does back up Majora is the final area entirely by going with a creepy forgotten graveyard atmosphere and backing it up with a few nice set pieces, such as the scientist scare and the angry music spirits. The Undead Palace is a neat mini dungeon that could be a 5th dungeon if it had more to it. Ikana is a confusing to get around, a foreboding lost town filled with the undead and dying, and way more dense of characters than it looks when you get there, along with getting a new scary ability by being able to create soulless duplicates of yourself that were designed to look incredibly soulless. Then there's the Stone Tower, a massive work by the Lost Icona people to build this lofty mountain of blocks and dirt up to the sky, with its own atmosphere and iconography, distinct from Icona itself. This dungeon is a comparative beast, most likely taking an entire 3-day cycle to even do if you know what you are doing, since it is the biggest, sprawliest, and most meandering of the 4 dungeons, while also being a 2-form dungeon to drive the puzzles. The Stone Tower was built as an offense to the gods, as humans tried to build something grand enough to break into heaven, and therefore, Link is eventually able to use an item to flip the Stone Tower 180 degrees, as the sky becomes the ground and you have a decent chance of falling to your death. Everything about this area being lost and damned makes it one of the most memorable dungeons in the franchise, having just so many points of interest throughout its entire runtime. A real culture to the place and why it was built, which is a shame that its boss is such a complete flop, requiring a stamina bar mask that causes you to be totally vulnerable and relying on the power of the boss to find you more potions that are required to finish the fight. Their movement is sporadic and random, along with the camera not being well suited to the battle, and Link's combat and mask mode not being up to the task of defeating this boss, who objectively barely have any time to attack, any abilities, or anything to do, relying solely on Link's item inability to do what it's supposed to in order to kill him. It's a mystifying mess of an encounter that leaves a final red stamp on what could have been Majora's perfect area. While the Zelda parts of this Zelda game aren't really up to snuff, what does try to pull that load are the side quests in this game. See, most masks throughout the game require something of a quest to get. They aren't just found lying around like most of the items in Link to the Past. You need to pull your weight to get all 25 of the masks in this game. That's a lot of different stuff to do. Most of the quests are pretty simple. Use item on person to get mask, or complete task to get thing, or just be on time for an event. A few are more complicated, such as the alien encounter, or the quest for the really sharp sword, or the game's one side quest, Anju and Cafe, a quest that takes an entire cycle to do and multiple stops along the way to acquire multiple masks in one shot. This mask collection drives a satisfying need to get involved with the NPCs and their desires that we can fulfill, since the NPCs are so varied in their mannerisms and quest lines that even though we might be doing a lot of the same stuff throughout the whole journey, we do it for interesting people for weird reasons, meaning that you get to see a lot of story that would have been left by the wayside, and with such an honest lack of Zelda-ing to do, you'll have a legitimate reason to seek this stuff out and get it done, especially since Majora's Mask actually included a quest log from the little kid squad at the start of the game. It's an item that you can use to track not only your quest completion, but notes about when to be on time for events on their quest log. A really useful item that I totally forgot about in earlier playthroughs. It's a fully fleshed out world that gives you a lot of reward for getting involved with character storyline when you're not involved going out to solve the random outside region problems. However, while the open world and the characterization makes the game internally intriguing from the outside looking in, this game has layers upon layers of weirdness that makes Majora's Mask a real case study for people to dissect and analyze. See, since this game is operating with a lot of asset flipping from Ocarina of Time, and Zelda tends to have some games with continuity, Nintendo provides some reason as to why these things are reappearing, and they didn't do a particularly good job of it. Sometimes not providing an explanation at all for the odd occurrences, which leads fans to fill it in for themselves and answer those unanswered questions. Officially, Termina is supposed to be somewhat of a parallel world to Hyrule, which explains quite a bit, except that Termina isn't exactly parallel, with having twins of a single character, and having 2 different time periods versions of a character now as their own separate individuals. So the official explanation doesn't make sense. While Termina is a comparatively strange place, another topic of discussion is how Link got there in the first place. After Skull Kid stole his ocarina and horse and led him into a cave in the forest, Link then accidentally falls down a really deep hole into a small hallucination, then gets cursed, more lost, and somehow ends up under Termina to meet the masked salesman. A person who moves so quickly that it looks like he's instantly changing positions and moods, which might explain the giant organ of his that materializes out of nowhere. Then there are the oddities, such as the Gerudo Desert Warriors becoming pirates, and Ruto the Zora Princess now becoming a lead singer of a popular band. And then there are the meetings with the spirits of the people who die and become your transformation masks, along with the creepy visuals present throughout the entire game, along with a few characters in absolute despair about their own problems or staring off at the deadly moon. There's so much varied dialogue and interactions in this game that make it for a twisted, wacky world that doesn't make sense. So it allows for a lot of speculation and fan theories that have made this game with stilted dungeoneering in it such a dark horse favorite for the series fans, mine included. It's an interesting game to revisit and discuss because ultimately the reason for why this game is such a mess is that it was designed that way. It had a short development window with a lot of reused models and characters that had to be crowbarred and smushed into different shapes to fit what they were doing with this game. And so with a lot more effort put into an asset flip game, we got Majora's Mask at the end of the day, the weirdest of the Zelda games. Hell, it even has a good cherry on top of the oddity cake where we finally confront Majora on his own turf, inside the moon naturally, and we get transported to this place. A nice place featuring children wearing the boss masks that you've been collecting, and they start asking you weird questions, such as asking if our friends actually like us or what makes us truly happy, dropping some philosophy and anxiety on us as we finish up the game's final quest, dropping every mask in the game to acquire the God Mask, a mask that gives us the power of death lasers to kill the shit out of Majora as a reward for putting in the effort to find every mask in the game. Kinda nice to have something like that. Would have been even nicer if we could take it out into the rest of the game, but you know, beggars choosers. Majora's Mask makes for a peculiar gaming experience and some nice tangling with a living, breathing world that has to be scheduled around. Definitely a required game for any Zelda head. Man, I was so hyped up to do some more Zelda recording today, and I end up at this entry. Now, if you don't remember this game, I don't blame you. These games were put together outside the Nintendo company at Flagship, a Capcom subsidiary, and with Nintendo they planned to make a trilogy, but apparently somebody got cold feet or too big of a schedule, and so they settled for 2 games, and considering they released around the same time, did not help the Pokemon comparison. But that's not actually what happened here. All 3 were supposed to be unique stories, quote-unquote, starring each of Hyrule's goddesses. However, you would think that each game would be similar, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. Oracle of Ages is hands down the worst of the 2, having less content, a worse story, and more boring NPCs and a lackluster story. The world is just not as fun as Seasons, and Ages only gives you 2 time periods as compared to Seasons, 4 seasons. The goddess's idea was a weird one to find out about because both Nehru and Din barely factor into both of their stories. They appear at the start, quickly get things rolling, and then fall out of the plot completely. But my slight ire for Ages falls squarely on the dumbass Ralph, who consistently wrecks the game by simply trying. Ralph is irritating for a bigger reason, but the reason why he's a bad character is because he's simply Link Light. An adventurer tryhard with no abilities or expertise at anything, and whose only contributions are done entirely off screen. Another reason why Ages is not as good as Seasons is because you consistently run into Ralph roadblocks where randomly, while getting in between dungeons, you end up in a place where you can't go anywhere until you bumble around and find Ralph, who will open up the path for you even though you have no idea where he appears at any given moment or time. I kind of feel bad for him a tiny bit since his manual design is amazing. He looks competent and like a ridiculous wizard, but Flagship made his sprite art so badly that none of their cool idea made it into the actual game. And this is kind of the same for basically every character in the game. What did make it in was the stupid plot for this game. Link has to collect 8 magical objects in order to restore the memory of Meiku, this game's Deku Tree, which will reveal the truth behind the plot of the villain, Varen, who again got destroyed by having an amazing concept art and a trash sprite. Hell, she's even a little bit sexy if you know she didn't have a scythe on her head, but anyway. What Varen does is that she uses her abilities to possess bodies in order to influence the queen of this land into building her widow's tower. A tower she was planning to build to guide her long-lost seafaring husband home into this colossal tower into the sky so that she could complete her plan. She then stole the time-traveling artifact of this game to destroy the time flow, creating an endless day so that her Black Tower would be completed in one day. Great cheat there, Varen. The labor to build this ridiculous boondoggle being enough to light the flame of sorrow which will help revive Ganondorf, which was her ultimate plan, and that's when I facepalmed myself with my Game Boy. What the fuck kind of stupid fantasy garbage nonsense was that? Instead of the artifacts being gathered to destroy the tower, we instead have to heal a tree that will convince the queen that she's being tricked in a way that does nothing to delay the construction or stops her plan any one bit. You know, without Link going to do that himself, which he probably could have done anyway without all this nonsense. Beyond that, the Zelda parts of this game are mediocre to say the least, going back to the Zoras and the Gorons for major races but being dumbed down and their areas reduced in size with little important NPCs. The road to progression is mangled with a bunch of weird dead stops in order to play guessing games with invisible walls or NPCs. The items are not one to write home about, the upgraded hookshot that doesn't pull you but transports you from A to B, a seed gun, a longer version of that hookshot, a cane that produces blocks, and of course, Rock's Feather, because we can't just have jump be a dedicated button. I don't even think this game has any remarkable trade quests or side stuff beyond the usual target shooting huts. The dungeons aren't much better with a bad rogues gallery of bosses, simplified dungeoneering, and kinda bad puzzles. No highlightable moments, and ultimately, Oracle of Ages came around to me as a wasted concept. Something that was built in a way to be confusing and unrewarding, rather than a true fantasy epic. Ages seems to be an average Game Boy Color adventure game with the Zelda name just slapped right on top of it. So much of it is such blank space filled with time sinks that I'm kind of surprised that anyone could ever remember this game existing. You know, this game has legitimate controllable time travel, kind of like Majora's Mask, and it did nothing with the concept other than very simple get past the blockage puzzle. I mean, come on! This is time travel. We have infinite possibilities for stories with time travel. I don't even think the plot has a time travel bone in its goddamn body. Like, what the hell? And lo, we return to the duology with the better half, Seasons. After going through Ages literally a second ago and being disappointed, I didn't have high hopes for Seasons when I originally played it. I actually owned Ages. I'd never seen Seasons, and considering that the Pokemon comparison was apparent from the outset, again when I first saw it, I thought that this was just going to be another few hours of tedium. And it turns out I was pretty wrong. While Seasons isn't a huge departure, it's a pretty obvious improvement from their first try. There's no stupidly convoluted influence villain. This other guy is straight up villain punch you in the face kind of guy. Big and intimidating. Exactly the sort of guy that Ganondorf would put in charge. But to be even-handed, Varen would be the exact female type of villain that would work if she had a good master plan, since she's conniving and supposedly intelligent. Onyx's plot is just to steal Din straight up, and her powers, and use his brute force to light the flame of Ganondorf's revival himself. I guess a downside is that we don't get any check-ins with him like we did with Varen throughout Ages, which is kind of a shame. That's usually how you build a really good story, is checking in with the villain and what they're doing. We also don't get a goofy sidekick falling around us several times throughout the game, which is nice. Maybe that was the improvement, less is more. This experience is more streamlined, sensible, and slightly more creative. The dungeons and puzzles are improved, the items are more well handled, and the boss fights are better designed. Mostly because they were like half lifted from the original game, which is kind of disappointing. But at least they're repurposed for a good reason, for actually good fights. Plus, the addition of 4 seasons gives us a more complex world and more interesting dynamic puzzles. To be honest, the world is kind of lifeless in general, Ages having 2 major races and Seasons having the same, except this time we got the Subrosians and the Pirates. The Subrosians being an underground and hooded people living next to lava, while the pirates are a comedic troupe of dastardly skeletons. There are some goofy humans Link's awakening it up, but that's about it beyond, NPCs. At least the progression of the game is smoothed out, and likewise, since we're not just going back to the races that we're familiar with, we do get a couple more interesting quest lines with these new people that we run into because we don't know anything about them, and they are quirky. They do have their own identifiable features, I guess. Plus, not so many random roadblocks here while being about as complex of a progression path. While most of the dungeons are better, bigger, and more elaborate, there still aren't many standouts, mostly because Seasons does reuse many items from Ages. It switches your seed launcher for a seed bag and your link shot with a boomerang. We do get an upgrade to the jump feather, which is nice. It expands on the game's platforming to do some interesting tricks in the late game. A couple of the dungeons, such as the last Sword and Shield Temple, do have better premises and puzzle ideas, such as shoving these magnetic spheres around and changing the dungeon from freezing to flaming. It's a neat fantasy journey for the same magical artifacts to save the Deku Tree as Ages did, except at least this time it's not for embarrassing the villain to become vulnerable, and instead is to break into Onyx's castle straight up. The reason why I had more fun with Seasons is that the Subrosians are unique to this game solely, and their concept is so wacky I'm surprised that they were a one-off, considering they're oddly speaking hermits who live entirely in secret even within their own society, being one of those Nintendo creatures that have never been seen before or after. They're a quirky and intriguing people, something brand new that fits the comedic overtones of this duology since no one's taking anything seriously. At the end of the day, that's more or less what Seasons is. A snacky little adventure in a Link's Awakening styled world with bigger dungeons, better puzzles, and more impactful bosses. The game that could be a possible Link's Awakening spiritual successor. Maybe it was the fact that Seasons was my linked game that made it so much better. I don't really believe that it'd be such a night and day difference, but that was kind of a part of the experience. This is where I faced Ganondorf at the end, but overall I just had more fun with this game. Still, there's not much to highlight as the best time ever. It doesn't really stick out in my memory. It's more that Seasons was just a generally fun and a positive game. The kind of portable adventure that was perfect for the Game Boy Color, and a great finisher by Capcom's B-Boys when they finally had a grasp on what their project really meant. Too bad, maybe that mythical third game would have been the Metal Gear Acid of Zelda if they had gotten the chance to produce it. Ooh boy, this one. I did not forget about you. The Wind Waker is a venerated spot in the franchise, most likely because it's one of the few 3D Zelda games, since those take much longer to develop, but then again, maybe not, since the GameCube got 2 of them. The Wind Waker was a huge departure from the series as they attempted a new style, a new version of Link, a bunch of new characters, they redeveloped Hyrule from the ground up, and obviously new dungeons, bosses, and weapons, along with a different presence for the resurgence of Ganondorf. However, upon replaying Wind Waker, I began to notice a lot more flaws with the game than my first go-round. It seems that Wind Waker is one of those games that's just assumed that it's good. Obviously, it's a quality title and a full brother of the 3D side of the franchise, a game that plenty of people had a good time with, one that's consistently showing up in the top of the GameCube library, and honestly, I really can't discount that. There's a lot that goes in this game's favor on paper with all the redesigning and reworking of the series tropes that went on, along with its more solid comedic story, the increase in cutscenes, the more focus on plot, the branching out and dynamicizing of the villain. It's all there. While the beginning is our typical setting, Link is a village dingus who needs to be woken to the call of the hero, instead it isn't some magical being prophesizing to him. It's instead because a giant bird whisked away with our sister and we need to employ some pirates to help get her back. It's a much better intro than the N64 game since there's a direct conflict with a hero that can only barely manage to fight back with a bumbler's sword. Through that, we get introduced to our villain, his hideout, our side characters, and eventually our core mission, and get into the meat of the whole game's premise. Link must defeat Ganondorf. obviously, and in order to do that, he needs to find some magical people to help him out, as only the sacred power hidden in Hyrule will be able to stand up against the evils of Ganondorf. Oh, if you didn't notice yet, Wind Waker is supposed to be a seafaring adventure in one of Nintendo's open worlds after Hyrule was completely flooded by the sea. Link will be island hopping his way to ultimate power. With the power of the Wind Waker, a magical stick that can help him change directions of the wind, he begins his journey. Now, the open world idea was a fantastic one, and really impressive that Nintendo was able to render such a large amount of space in seamless fashion to really give the open world exploration that real-time feel for great immersion. I still have major problems with the open world, and mainly that's just because there's nothing in it. See, the ideal situation for Wind Waker would be for it to be an open world that surprises you with a random event popping up or interesting side activities on the main path to where you're supposed to be going. As you cross the sea and go about your adventure, it should feel like unexpected things should happen. You get to an island and a kid-friendly bar fight happens, or a hostage situation, or a funny story about a lost cat, or, just a giant megalith standing in the middle of this place. Actually, just look at Witcher 3 side quests and rip off a bunch of those from the future. I'm sure there are good ideas out there, 10 years later. There should be random encounters against pirates, sea monsters, flying beasts along your trip, a bunch of different storms occurring, weather pattern. There is some of that in the game where you fight giant pea-hats or face off against a tornado, but honestly, that's all there is. There's like 2 different sea monsters in the game, 1 type of enemy ship, and a couple of different storm events, tornadoes and whirlpools. It really is the game for which broad as the sea, deep as a puddle fits the absolute best. The many side islands throughout the game are depressingly threadbare, only really existing to be a location to find one chest in a roundabout puzzle rather than having any story or narrative bits or extra quests sprinkled throughout the world. A bunch of characters with problems to solve, story, Memorpicker stuff, open world stuff. There is side content in the main game islands, but those are very few among the total island count this game has, and after looking at it, I just got incredibly disappointed. The seamless open world only serves to trick you with the possibilities that this game has more content in it than it actually does, which means that a whole bunch of the side content just isn't enjoyable on its own. There's tons of heart pieces to collect, but what's the point when you can well beat the game with 12 or 13 that you're required to get? Then there are the game's dungeons. Looking at a world this big, I would have expected the Ocarina full set of 8 to be on the table. But depending on who you ask, this game either gives you 5 or 7 of them, and that's really sad. Especially when they're of Majora's Mask level quality. Hell, there are so few dungeons in the game that they had to shift some of the dungeon items to random islands just to hit their quotas, since you find the power bracelets and the iron boots in tiny miscellaneous islands that got upgraded to required item status just because they ran out of space. Something I honestly couldn't believe happened, considering there shouldn't have been a time constraint on this game's release. There's no specific points where the dungeons started sucking, they're just overall bland journeys through C-tier puzzles and disappointing items. The Deku Leaf is easy to criticize, but I'm surprised that Wind Waker didn't make good use of the Skull Hammer, a hammer that's bigger than Link himself. The bosses aren't memorable either in the first pair of temples. What didn't help are the reasons we went there in the first place. We needed to unlock the memories of a couple of sages to gain their magical orbs to open the path forward. The problem is that they aren't interesting signpost characters, they aren't given any agency or good personalities, so they feel more like items than people. The bird girl was at least a good one, and I appreciate the race idea since bird people would make sense for a world that's separated by the whole ocean. But the Koroks are just the worst. They're one-note characters whose most character traits center around being mystical, weird, and moreover, are just irritating high-pitched characters that are really freaking stupid. Something I'm mystified as to how they appeared in something so recent as Breath of the Wild. I hate that character because I hate the Koroks and everything about them. They are the worst of the Zelda races. Kind of like Link's village friends in Ocarina if they were twice as dense and sounded like squirrels. The game doesn't really get off the ground until the midpoint Tower of the Gods, which has a great concept of thought-out puzzles and a really good boss battle. It's a huge dungeon too, taking quite a long time and smushing together item puzzles from the previous 2 dungeons into a colossal test for Link to get access to the next part of his destiny and ultimately save the world. It incorporates everything he learned, and even the boating mechanics of the game at the start of the dungeon. The intro to it is probably the best part, having to set these orbs from the sages before into islands in order to activate the rise of the tower and then sail into it because it's so humongous and ancient. Hell, it's such a cool place that it rises to the top of dungeon lists for a bunch of people throughout the entire franchise. Then the game starts to settle again after that high point. We first get access to the great mystery of Hyrule Castle buried beneath the sea, and start learning of what actually happened to the world. You can pretty much tell what happened from getting there in the first place. Ganondorf did an evil thing, and so the country was flooded as a means of stopping him forever by the Triforce. Sorry for that spoiler, you'll never guess who Zelda is in this game. Shh. Ironically, when the plot starts moving forward is when the game starts going downhill slowly. After that, we return to Forsaken Fortress to do battle with our newly acquired Master Sword, but in a twist of fate, Ganondorf kicks him out the window after he manages to rescue Tetra. Apparently, the sword isn't in a good place right now. After the embarrassment wears off and Tetra's own realization comes forth, we get to the second part of our quest. The Master Sword is a piece of shit right now and needs more magical power stored in a couple more dungeons to become the real Master Sword. Doesn't even come with a notable power upgrade when it gets fixed. What a jip! The Earth and Wind Temples are the Sage character themed ones, and while they kind of have good concepts and designs, the Earth Temple has these huge gears that serve as some sort of elevators. Ultimately, they aren't good enough to really commit to memory. The Earth Temple is this underground grave full of some creepy icons and enemies, but it isn't on the Shadow Temple's level in the slightest. It falls back on Reflect the Light Beam puzzle because you got to get the mirror shield there for some reason. The Wind Temple is full of these mechanism puzzles and flying around, but it's the Korok's Temple, so I just don't care. The only notable thing about either of them is that Moldera is in one of them, and he's one of the coolest bosses. Such a good one that his theme specifically made it into Smash Brothers. These dungeons are a bit bigger and have more complex puzzles, but even with these better times to be had, they still feel bland. They feel like space filler and not a rewarding challenge for the player, just really full of fluff, extended outward, just made a lot longer for really no reason. Probably would have been helped by those fire and ice temples, but spilled milk and all that, I guess. So, the dungeons are kind of middle of the road at best. What's the real kicker about Wind Waker is its endgame requirements. Throughout our journey, Link hasn't been called to work all that much, plus there's so much loot to be found on your journey that this might not even be a problem for you, personally. You could be holding on to a literal ton of money or something, but what the game asks of you before the final act is insanely ludicrous for any Zelda game. The Triforce Gathering is such a confounding waste of time that it was actually addressed in the remake, but only partially for some reason. I don't really get it, but what I did get was multiple hours of my life completely wasted. And to remind you all out there, this is a game that had to cut a couple of his dungeons for no reason, but it kept this in. In the original, in order to get the Triforce, which is what I played, the magicians in charge of it broke it apart and separated it across the entire world. But instead of solving cool mini dungeons or doing some great puzzle to get them back, or maybe an interesting side quest, all of the 7 are found in the same way. You must find specific Triforce treasure maps, 7 of them, and bring them all to Tingle, who will then charge you multiple thousands of rupees total in order to translate all of them. Then you must interpret the maps by knowing all the island shapes, and comparing the maps to the islands and then going to them and dredging them out of the sea. Pain in the ass does not begin to describe the incomprehensibly stupid time sink and eye-popping cost that the Triforce requires. And I know it's the Triforce, but fucking come on. What the hell was all the dungeons we did supposed to be about then? If you were just on the main path, because the game started to become boring, then get ready for one hell of a grind. It's legitimately around like 1,500 to 2,000 rupees, maybe even 3,000 if I remembered really wrong, to get this all done. And that just says it all, even before you realize that you must do 7 treasure hunts to finish this up. What they did in the remake was scrap some of the maps and just put the Triforce shards in those locations, rather than just doing the sensible thing and burning the entire grind to the ground because it's so obviously a bad fucking idea. Literally the worst idea to liven up the pre-endgame. Hell, imagine searching for Captain White in Paper Mario but repeated like another 3 times in a row to understand how painful this section is. What doesn't help is the pitiful finale, where we put the Triforce all together again and get to Ganon's Tower, which does contain some mini puzzles, refighting all 4 of the dungeon bosses again, and a silly Lost Worlds-esque style maze with a couple more puzzles, and another Phantom Ganon before getting to Puppet Ganon, a mixed bag boss that requires too precise aiming and takes too long before the final boss, which is ironically too easy because you have a wingman essentially the entire time and also with 0 clue as to when you'll get the blow, so the cutscene usually comes out of left fucking field, unlike Twilight Princess, which exactly tells you when you're gonna get the killing blow. I said that Wind Waker is a mystifying entry for me, since from the outside, it looks like it should be a slam dunk, obviously good best game in the series with no argument. But on my recent playthrough for this, I started looking at all these details that I pointed out. I started noticing all this stuff. The mediocre dungeons, the unmemorable bosses, the bad open world, and the undeveloped story and lore, and I realized that Wind Waker was built on a lie of openness and exploration, where nothing was to be found, or at least nothing of consequence. So much of the game's extra content that filled the open world was a waste of time, unlike Majora's Mask side content, which was the main thing propping the game up against its own lackluster dungeon. The one thing that people actually liked about the game. The one thing they absolutely nailed, though, was the first half characters of Link and Tetra, since they had personality, character, traits, and emotional impact in a world that's usually populated with bland, silent characters. The major characters of this game pop off the damn screen. Even Ganondorf, who doesn't have a good place in the plot, or even an interesting plan, acts in such a way and has such a good design that you will remember this Ganondorf just on the character alone. It's that good. It's so good that it's equally shameful that the main characters immediately became dull as stones when they became the destined hero, since they lose all of that personality and just replace it with just the same fucking stoicism that we see in every other goddamn character that goes on the hero's journey. Under this facade of the grand journey through unexplored wilderness came a game that tricked us, the players, into believing that one of the dullest Zeldas to date was the fantastic entertainment that it was dressing itself up as. I'd call for anyone to re-examine their experiences of Wind Waker and ask themselves that age-old question. Was it as good as I remember it? Okay, fine. I guess we technically got 3 Zeldas on the GameCube. Now, this one is an odd duck of the franchise for a few reasons, which is why it's rarely talked about and probably seen more as a curiosity instead of a legitimate entry amongst everything else. This game was also built around a multiplayer focus, something that's usually a mistake for a single-player focused series. Along with adding in the GBA's link cable to the GameCube, a bizarre idea since rarely people had all of that at the same time, but Nintendo's gimmicky games never really stopped, to say the least. Four Swords Adventure's whole deal is that at the beginning of the game, Link ends up cursed by being split into 4 equal versions of himself by the Forest Sword as a part of the plan by the villain to take over Hyrule. However, the 4 heroes are the only thing that can triumph in this version of the country and save all of the maidens stolen by the villain's goons. With all 7 of their powers combined, Link will blah 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 his way to victory. The major reason why Four Swords Adventure was skipped is that it's a Zelda game that doesn't really want to be a part of the pack. It's like what happened with Majora's Mask, but worse, because the dungeons in this game aren't a main focus of the development or game time. They aren't the big and important places where all of the challenges are and are treated like missions of equal value to the in-between stuff, the in-between missions. This is because instead of being a seamless open world, like everything else, Sword Adventure is divvied up into missions that you progress through like a Mario game, with a dungeon at the end of every 3-pack. The game also plays like a cruddier version of Link to the Past, right down to the maidens, items, and some of the dungeons, along with the art design for most things. This game doesn't have much of a unique anything other than the multiplayer elements, and being able to go inside buildings whose visuals can be passed down to the GBA or just become picture-in-picture on the TV, so ending up like a pointless gimmick, to be honest. What hurts worse is that the puzzling elements of this game are laughably light. Due to the multiplayer elements, this game can't really handle anything complicated, so the developers didn't try to do any interesting or multiple phase puzzles, instead relying on simple locked door switch, item specific roadblock, and some simple platforming to fill the blanks. Likewise, since you'll be fighting everything in the game as 4 people simultaneously, none of the enemies can offer up much of a challenge. And then there's also the kind of lacking of death mechanic where you really can't die because all 4 of you can't be killed simultaneously, and instead you just lose your force gems, which you can then pick up once you get unstunned. And if you lose all your force gems, I think that's what gives you a game over, which is kind of stupid. The only mission in this game that seemed to be the highlight was the Blue Maiden Village, which required an adventure game level of problem solving to get around a laundry list of issues and getting to the other side of the village, and leaving, which was appropriately nuts like the puzzle where you have to get around a long line of people going into a building by running into them. It's a list of item swaps and timing requirements that makes it a substantial section of the game that you can't just run through at breakneck speeds. The kind of mission that Zelda is best at creating, when they actually lean into what Zelda is good at. Essentially, the reason why it's never mentioned is that it's a dumbed down version of Link to the Past. Everything that fans are interested in is sidelined to make room for a multiplayer focus that just didn't need to be there. It doesn't enhance any part of this entire formula. Unlike other Zelda games, Zelda doesn't benefit that much from adding in more players, since it's usually an intimate sort of game where it's one player and one character going on a personal journey to punch bosses in the face. There's not a lot of goofiness and player murdering you can do in the Zelda world. It's just not as funny or hectic to make that important aspect of the genre work in the game's favor. Oh, sure, you can shove one of your players into a lava pit, but that gets dull really fast when you require all 4 of yourselves to solve whatever you're working on, instead of when Mario Brothers does this sort of thing, and it was hilarious since you jump on your friends to make jumps only to immediately fail yourself 7 seconds later. You didn't need each character in that game to beat the levels, but here you do, and those fundamental differences make the multiplayer aspect a grind, and also the single player the exact same grind as you wrangle 4 different characters constantly to do anything of value. And then the other thing is that you have to get them in specific positions, block them all together to solve puzzles, which again is just really annoying gameplay mechanics. The game is just irritating to play, and the story is incredibly weak even by Zelda standards. I would advise all of you to skip this one as possible. Even if you do manage to get 4 friends around for a weekend to play it, just play New Super Mario Bros. Wii instead. It's the exact same experience, but in a game that's built to support it. The Minish Cap, the adorable little brother of the series, and another one of the Zelda boys to be brought up by the stalwart Capcom. It's done a bit for the early half of the series while Nintendo was busy getting its bigger releases together, considering that they also remade Link to the Past in a brilliant format for the GBA. The Minish Cap is an appropriately adorable game, reusing some of the art style of the Four Swords games, which reused the art style of the Link to the Past games, which they already worked on. Hell, Four Swords is actually an item in this game. This game focuses in on the central idea that Link is given an item that allows him to shrink into a tiny verse underneath Hyrule and vice versa, allowing him access to new areas and get around the world. That item also being the central character of this game, Eslo, who was a wizard that got transformed into a magical hat by his ambitious and evil apprentice Anakin. Well, his actual name is Vaati, but same diff. His entire story is that he wants the Triforce's power to become more powerful since he managed to outshine his master using dark magic, and now he's kind of out of learning and just wants more power. Okay, so the villain is pretty bad, but the world makes up for that a little bit. It's not a big open world, and it has that segmented, portable Zelda feel like Link's Awakening, but the graphical design, the characters, and the implementation of getting around as regular or tiny Link, and also a lot of side little puzzles to find and a bunch of collectibles, does give this game a nice comedic quirk and a full-fledged feeling. It actually feels like a full game. It has this goofy bent that makes the game pop off the screen. Even if it's not the best progression in the Zelda cornucopia, there are some side things to do as you unlock items and get access to more of the world, and some villages to get heart pieces and solve a few character quests throughout the game. Some actual required weird little Majora's Mask things that you have to do to like access a different part of the city or just a different area in general. It's a different sort of feeling because you have to use this tiny mechanic, these two universes weave together to get around. Another interesting addition to this game are link stones that you can find that have unique designs, and if you fit 2 of them together, then stuff gets unlocked throughout the world, which are usually more collectibles and mostly completely optional. This is all a cute idea to divvy up progression, with the drawback that there's very little narrative to any of the side stuff, which is pretty much how you completely screw it over. I mean, it can add to the world building, but it's not really the same as a good, honest story. It's definitely possible to do that in the GBA now. We can have all these little side NPC RPG things to really give the game a flourish. The Tinyverse implementation in this game brings up a whole different dimension to puzzle solving that gives it that edge to exploration, that multi-dimensional layer. It's just a shame that it's really limited to heart pieces and big rupees, since its usage could have been done for some really unique puzzles, something that no other Zelda game could really accomplish. Overall, the bigger issue with Minish Cap is that even though it's adorable and has a few good characters in Eslo and Link's relationship, among some other bit player NPCs, Minish Cap is just kinda short for a Zelda game and lacking that side quest drive like Majora's Mask to make up for the smaller world in general. This game comes up with only 5 major dungeons, 6 if you want to count the final castle, which I usually never do because it's the final challenge. Okay, whatever, we can call it 6 dungeons. I just like this game a little bit too much to give it, we'll give it a little bit of an edge. It's adorable. The progression to get from place to place is also less of a journey, since there's just less to do in this game. It requires less of you, so the journey is just more boring. The world isn't big or dense enough to make those quest level treks between dungeons that other games had, where you had to go to villages, solve problems, find items, talk to NPCs, and then get to where you wanted to go. You need some unique touches to the places you were going to make the progression really interesting. Capcom streamlined the process just a bit too much here, and just made a short Zelda experience, especially since there's only 4 MacGuffins to get in the game, just like every other short Zelda. Plus, the dungeons have that Majora's Mask problem of being slimmed down and pretty light on the puzzles. Honestly, the Zeldas kinda like borrow from the Oracle duology, which probably wasn't a good idea. They're still quality dungeons, but they'll be faster, easier to deal with, and having a bit too few enemies and challenges. The items are pretty different from other games, such as the fire-spitting lantern, the digging gloves, and the first gust jar, but they almost universally lack the cool implementation to really show off how cool they could be. The unique dungeon-affecting items, the big show-stopping things, like what they did with the spinner from Twilight Princess. And I know you can't easily do that, but you can do some things in a 2D space to really show that off. It's just, they don't do that. There's no cool, big puzzle or standout moment where the dungeon gets completely turned upside down using these items, or stuff like that. The bosses are also not great. It didn't help that the first major boss was a giant choo-choo, which makes sense in a tiny dungeon to show off the cool things that can be done with the difference in perspective. The problem was that it was simply a choo-choo fighting against an ant-sized Link. There wasn't any new AI or attack patterns anted. It was literally just fighting a choo-choo, except you are tiny. A couple of the other bosses look cool, but they aren't interesting battles or really challenging enemies. Again, they just don't stand out. The game has a lot of charm, but with a lot of the gameplay being simplified and dumbed down from other games, that lack of narrative, that lack of cool regions to go to, this game will almost immediately fall out of your memory once you're done with it. The one exception is the final dungeon, the Palace of Winds, which uses the power of the jump mechanic to make some real high-flying platforming and actually splits the dungeon in half really well, as after you unlock the Rock Cape, you get to take to the skies and jump around like a crazy grasshopper. What helped was the dungeon boss, who utilized its flight mechanic to make a rewarding, challenging boss, something that was really unique. It hit that perfect sweet spot of hard, but not too hard, requiring Link to jump between small platforms to kill a pair of bosses. It really helped Minish Cap to end on a high note, especially since one of the dungeons was just a bad joke. When we get to the end of that one, we didn't actually get the MacGuffin we needed, but instead we got just a note to actually where it ended up. It wasn't a bad dungeon, but having no reward at the end of it really kills the pacing of the game. It makes it feel like the whole journey throughout that area was completely worthless, making me question why it was included with the game at all when they weren't a payoff, and again, the items aren't cool enough to be the payoff themselves. Minish Cap is one of those games that doesn't need a remake, but desperately needs a sequel. A game to take the reins of this promising idea and drive it to a huge portable spectacle. Or, a proper portable Switch title. Maybe a Switch 2 if they ever bothered to do that concept again. A proper 8 or 6 dungeon trek through these two universes. The Minish Cap well hasn't been plunged 100%, and you could do more with what Capcom was going for here. The ride stopped a little too soon, and I really wish it could have been a better game. The best of the portable Zeldas. But instead it's just a good game, not memorable. Just a good time for you to have over the weekend. Yeah, I can probably imagine what you're thinking. And in spite of all of those comments floating around your head, we are still going to be talking about this game. Now, people don't talk about the Four Swords Adventure, but they know what it is, that it exists on the timeline. Tingle's Whatever Rupee Land is a game that immediately fell into the niche pit and never came back out. Even with the Sword Adventure in mind, this game is forgotten even by that standard, and for good reason. Its connection to the series is so tenuous that it only barely qualifies. Hell, the CDI game's more qualified to be on the frickin' timeline than this one does. A game starring Tingle was obviously a ridiculous idea. I'm not sure if Japan fueled his continued appearances throughout the series, but I've never heard one good thing about this character. He's irritating, annoying, comedically useless, and nothing but a drain on every scene he's ever been in. Especially, again, since he did that Wind Waker thing to kill the end game right by himself. He's an irritant at best and a road-blocking asshole at worst. Let's make a game about this greedy jerk. This game was made by a company called Vanpool, who actually did the Dylan the Armadillo games, and somehow helped on creating the Kirby game that just came out. And I do respect the developer at least, because they took a look at Tingle the character, and built an entire world for him and him alone. Something that matches his design, concept, and tone exactly to the letter. A nonsensical place with absurd characters in a larger-than-life and purely Japanese video game world. The entire point of this game is to smash galactic piles of cash onto a plate in order to impress the god of this world in return for literally unending wealth. All of Tingle's disgusting dreams will come true, and to be honest, that's this game in a nutshell. It's unsettling and it's disgusting. I respect that Vanpool matched the game exactly to Tingle, but that still comes with the caveat that Tingle is a character made entirely out of flaws. He's just a bad person. In order to collect all the money that this greedy jerk needs to feed the other greedy jerk, he needs to go to a few dungeons and defeat bosses for the biggest loot. The dungeons are pretty pathetic in general, with barely any puzzles to go on, and more often than not, they're just long, winding hallways that barely connect together. Again, kinda like the CDI dungeons, except they actually work properly. The bosses are universally useless and are only memorable for just how whack-ass their designs are. They're usually these huge, screen-filling creatures with intricate details to make them look audacious, but that's it. They don't fight, they don't have like an attack pattern. And even if they did, the combat is so simplistic, and there are no dungeon items throughout any dungeons, so what's the point? The adventuring around this game is just as bad, pretty typical DS game mediocre. The game maps are also kind of small for how content they have to contain along with their puzzles. An important part of Tingle's character is map making, and they do add that in as a mechanic, that you can go throughout the world and mark down a bunch of landmarks on your map, and if you fill it all in, then you can sell that to someone else in town for a decent chunk of change. Additionally, throughout those worlds, you can solve some roadblocks and get some puzzles done, such as handing an item back to a character, or using bombs correctly to find more items that can be sold or haggled with the characters back in town. That's the central mechanic of Rupee Land, is to find things in the world that can be sold for good money that you can use to put more money on the plate and get to the next level. Every region doesn't have a dungeon or a boss either, which is kind of a missed opportunity for a game that has more than a dozen locations. To be honest, in theory, that's not a bad concept to have the game be entirely about selling things to people, especially since games like that already exist. But the problem is in execution 100%, because you have a haggling game that you play whenever you are selling something important or handing in a quest that you get or find. The major problem is that it just doesn't work. For how much money is required to finish this game, you absolutely need these major sales to hit their maximum every goddamn time. The issue is that you have to offer up a price that you think as a player is fair for what you just did, or is selling things with no clues whatsoever to put the sale into context. So you just start offering random amounts of money, which would be fine if you had the context for how much money you need to advance to the next level, because that leveling up becomes absurd, where it starts at a couple thousand and by some point by the game barely lets you know about it, it's up to fucking 6 figures. And you don't know when you should level up your offers parallel to the game, and you can't take back a fucking offer. Okay, when you put in a successful offer, the game takes it, so there's no do-overs. You don't know how many levels there are throughout the game, or the thresholds for advancement, so it's patently ridiculous to give the player zero information about what things are worth and then give them the bargaining power to figure it out. I literally ran the walkthrough on every single major offer because you figure out extremely quickly how much extra work you have to put in if you accidentally underball your offers. You don't get that many major deals to make per level, so if you do manage to fuck it up, what you'll be forced to do is make chump change by back and forth crafting shit that you can sell with the game's recipe system, which has recipes you'll find throughout the world as collectibles, but also allows you to mix vendor trash on your own to hopefully find a recipe that sticks. Another ridiculous and non-functional system, considering that the items in this game are wacky world anime items. What the fuck am I supposed to do with mix up a bomb fruit or whatever the hell? It makes zero sense, so you just throw random shit together and hope for the best, which wouldn't be a problem if the drops weren't garbage. You literally have to back and forth from the most recent region and probably other regions to consistently pick these things up, since they only spawn in 1 or 2 places in the game, and with very little enemies on the maps, you're not getting them that way. As I said earlier, the combat in this game is garbage because Tingle can barely defend himself. So what you have to do is throughout the game you'll hire bodyguards, and there are a bunch, and they fall into distinct categories. Again, you have zero clues to help you pick which one is actually a good bodyguard or a bad one, and you have to haggle for their prices as well, with no idea of what the offers they'll accept. Hell, I think every time you fuck up a haggle, they also penalize you a little bit, meaning that you're being given a test that you have no ability to study for, and then the teacher is hitting you with a bat every time you get a question wrong. This game is just so fucking painful. Just steal the answer key. The tests are bullshit anyway. Those bodyguards will follow you around and attack in whatever behavior type they fall into until they fall over and die, and that's the combat. You don't do anything, but try not to get hit, which is fine in the late game since your rupees are actually your life. You can bank quite a lot when you need to, but early on, watch yourself. It's the inverse difficulty curve, exactly like Zelda's adventure. Anyway, if you stick with the game and its weird gimmicks, you get to a really silly Japanese boss with the god that you've been paying, because once you reach the last threshold, that's the threshold that the god man needed to become ultra powerful, and Tingle must defeat him in a cutthroat shoot-'em-up section for some reason. And then he'll have accidentally managed to become a hero like Link too. I would suggest for everyone to also forget this game ever existed. This one is so punishing to any casual player that it'll be like pulling out your own teeth. This game requires so much backdoor knowledge just to meet the basic objectives or punish you with constant grinding that it's just not worth it. The game's not funny is its biggest issue. It's just surrealist nonsense and quirky visuals. If it had a good story, character, dialogue, maybe that could have helped justify it, but all of that does not exist here. This game is here again as a curiosity, and not much else that Nintendo somehow found the perfect people to make their wacky tingle-focused game. The only reason that this one is on the list is that thankfully the other 3 are Japanese only. Good. Keep him the fuck over there. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, finally get to talk about this one. The dark and edgy Zelda. Well, it's about as dark as the inside of a drawer and as edgy as a butter knife, but still I give respect to Nintendo for trying to shake things up, especially since the last 3D Zelda was the goofy Wind Waker. A few years ago during my 3rd playthrough, I pulled out the old dusty tiny disc and I was somewhat impressed with the visual. I was surprised that the GameCube was able to render what must have looked next gen for the time period in like 2005. It kinda had to, considering it was almost an intergenerational release with the Wii. Anyway, before we get into the details, I will put my cards on the table and say that Twi-Pri ended up being my favorite Zelda game. I don't really think that's a controversial opinion. My baseline is that it's Ocarina of Time, but done up to spec, modernized to be a lot better. It had improved world building, it had a better villain character's premise, and the game just had this personality, a bunch of important vignettes, more cutscenes to really get you into the journey. This game was the game that Ocarina should have been back on the 6th gen, and unfortunately for the rest of the list, really never got back to that high point. The dungeons are fantastic, the items are super original, the puzzles are grand, the visual design for most things is incredibly detailed, and it pulls a few surprises on you. It's such an amazingly solid Zelda adventure. This was the game that taught me that if Nintendo put effort in it, you can actually make Link into a character, because this one emotes throughout the game. He doesn't speak, which doesn't help in a game that's trying to thread a narrative through it, but you can absolutely tell his emotions and what he's thinking by his actions and faces that he pulls throughout the game. It's not as obvious as Wind Waker Link, but a couple of moments had me dead on sympathizing with this Link, especially with the Ganondorf-Midna stuff happening at the end of the game. So what's happening with this Hyrule is that Link is pulled into the land of adventure after this mysterious darkness starts devouring near his village that he lives with, and through a misadventure involving some local children and his love interest, Link ends up becoming cursed with the body of a wolf after he suffers an adverse effect of the Triforce. Then shortly after, he meets up with a local resident named Midna, who's obviously very mischievous and impish judging by her look. Midna is one of the great Zelda characters. She's the double act that Eslo only wished he could have been. She is so bursting with personality, emotions, outbursts, knowledge, and teasing of Link that she demands the audience's attention, especially since her double act doesn't speak. Link doesn't contribute all that much, so she carries the personality between the two. Thankfully, she calms down and doesn't berate Link all the damn time, which would have made her an insanely annoying tagger on, but she shares the story as a full equal to Link. She has her own plot arc going on, an essential part of having him traverse and defeat the darkness that's now taking over the world. We see Midna go through highs and lows. She has a full emotional range, mostly because she's an important aspect to the entire story. She's plugged into the plot, and is personally affected by what she sees and does. The challenges that they both go through, especially since they give her a couple of amazing moments where she's in a real vulnerable position and can't just bitch her way out of it. It's the reason that by the end I was absolutely with Link when he had such a big reaction to what happened to Midna at the end of the game. You spend like 0 time with Zelda. She's barely involved in this story because she fucked up so badly, so Midna is so much of the core of the story, providing so much life to the journey of the game. She has to be the best companion character in the series. Beyond that, the actual journey itself is such a fantastic arc throughout this entire Hyrule. In comparison, it is such a well-paced progression path. You're able to figure out what you're supposed to be doing, how to solve the issue to get to the dungeon, which characters to talk to, and it's laid out for you properly. And throughout the game, you get to these new regions you've never explored to yet, you will run into some surprises, some things that you thought you'd never see in a Zelda game. You immediately find the clues you need and go from one story beat to the other with pretty much no frustration. And from these other lesser Zeldas, that is such a refreshing change, not having to parse out the path from absolutely no clues. It's all there for you from beginning to end, even though what you're actually doing doesn't really make all that much perfect sense. Especially those moments when you do a thing and the game tells you to go visit a character you forgot about 2 towns ago. The game lets you know that, which is great, since otherwise you would have had little clue that that was the next step you had to take. Honestly, a thing that holds the game back is that the NPCs are comparatively kind of bad. They're pretty shallow, almost universally useless, and barely factor into the grander plot. They don't have their own things to do, and they barely ever give you a reason to return to them unless you are required to talk to them. Hell, even the village kids who make multiple appearances are in that same camp. Even your love interest is there as well, because she gets amnesia for like 70% of the whole game, and we don't come back to her at the end of the game to rekindle that. It also doesn't help that some of the characters are pretty uncanny looking. I'm not sure why they look so odd in a dour game like this. They look like they don't fit in this world. For a world that's so lively and intricate, having the characters be made of such cardboard is really a huge shame. At least we didn't get a bunch of cringy tag-alongs like Wind Waker handed us. We got Midna. They did have a good idea going at the start with the Hyrule Community Watch, a group of 5 people who were tasking themselves with saving the land from the evil that was befalling it. They were well designed and they were unique NPCs that could have been a consistent ally of Link as he was dealing with each region's problems, and instead what they ended up doing is making several unimportant appearances pointing you in the direction of progress and then falling out of the story, only to reappear randomly once during the final dungeon to help again, and then disappearing forever. It's such a huge waste of a great idea. Well, what they actually spent their time on was put to good use, actually getting the Zelda parts of the game up to their golden standards. The dungeons and the items overall are fantastic. The dungeons have great premises, they have these interesting visuals and built into the lore of the regions that they exist in. They're all wrapped up in the story, which is what makes them more than just the places where you fight bosses. When there's a good reason why the boss is there because of the narrative around and outside of the dungeon, then you have a full through line in your journey that you can really dig your teeth into, really realize your connection to Link and his journey. And then of course they have the facility filling puzzles, the large and unique gimmicks that can make your A to B such a captivating experience because you can actually think your way around these problems, how the dungeon works. They're all solved on the way. They all have their own particular feels and these different objectives they want you to accomplish that are different from everything else. And they also tie into their items as well. It makes for a full experience. And of course, you know, they're not all gangbusters off the wall. You have your standard bow, boomerang, and hookshot, but not only are there unique items mostly used for the specific dungeon and not really much else, and that's why it can be argued that they're pretty bad items, which is a ridiculous argument, probably only used in top 10s on a direct comparison with everything else. In their games and their dungeons, they aren't terrible weapons, because the dungeon wouldn't fundamentally work without them, and their whole gameplay shtick is centered around that device in of itself. But on top of those items, Nintendo decided to revolutionize the usual standards. The bow didn't really get one, but the wind boomerang has a more interesting application since it can summon tornadoes, and eventually getting the double hook shot is a way more amazing and intense platforming experience than the long shot could have ever dreamed of being. It's an upgraded weapon that does as much of the old concept as the goddamned Rocks Cape did to produce Minish Cap's only great dungeon. And obviously, it does wonders for the city in the sky. As other Zelda games in the Oracle duology where their dungeons fall into the background and it's hard to remember them by detail and by puzzle, Twi-Prize stand out super hard, and you will remember the bits and pieces about what you did from the Ice Mansion's intricate puzzles and backtracking, the Fire Temple's magnetism, and the Water Temple's water wheel. These design decisions do make the dungeons a sight to see, and the implementation of most of these items in the boss fights and those puzzles are dead on perfect, utilizing what makes them each a weapon unique to turn it into an active contributor to getting your kills and getting your MacGuffins, along with such an ingenious difficulty setting for each place, giving you that interesting challenge without hitting you over the head with how hard it can possibly be. The bosses are just an extension of those captivating puzzles more than not, and just fill out to be the perfect Zelda mechanisms in this entire game. But of course, to talk about the dungeons in Twi-Pri, we do have to talk about this. The Temple of Time must be mentioned because, like the Community Watch, it's a complete waste on almost every level, from dealing with the annoyance of tracking down Skull Kid, the one logic puzzle in the game with the chessboard, the clunky item of the Dominion Rod not being a good vector for clever puzzles, and ultimately the whole dungeon being a giant hallway with only one branching path to grab the boss key. It's clear to me that this is where the ideas started falling apart. They couldn't wrangle in this game with the most creative dungeons that we've seen in quite a long time how they could implement time travel to be a mechanic in it. Because the concept they came up with is pretty lackluster, since you could do a lot with revamping the Ocarina's Temple of Time into a proper temple and using those mechanics of time travel that were much better off on the future sand ships of the prequel game. But here the idea is again wasted right down to its core, with the only implication being that you step through time to get to the temple and revive the Dominion Rod, and that's pretty much it for time travel. Plus, Armagoma's fight is so dull that I livened it up on my recent playthrough by doing it on hardcore difficulty. For whatever reason, wearing the Zora armor during this fight makes Armagoma's laser do insta-kill damage, which at least makes it somewhat fun in that heavy of a challenge. Otherwise, complete fart of an enemy, another huge failure. But overall, the game is quite clever and pulls some unexpected punches, originally finding that the Mirror of Twilight, reckoning with her past once you finally pierce the veil of the Twilight world and battle with Zant directly. Zant's boss fight in general, tying into his character arc, was impressive, and how he was dealt with that intersects with Midna's arc in a hugely meaningful way. The final dungeon is a vast and higher challenge, pitting you against a couple more vague puzzles and some of the most deadly enemies that the game had to offer, where you have to wield the extra combat moves you've been gathering with our skeletal friend in order to get those wins. And then you get the glorious beast of a final battle, again using every skill in the game, as a swordsman and a wolfsman in a huge 4-parter, upon which Midna goes through another death-defying moment that showcases Midna and Link's relationship throughout this entire game in the most fantastic manner they could think of. It left me completely satisfied and tied a huge bow on that whole story. I don't think that Nintendo should ever go back to the Twilight Well. Midna gets to ride off into the sunset, and that Hyrule gets to remain in peace forever. And maybe Link can go back to that goddamn farm he's been so rudely neglecting. Twipry is still, even after 15 years, worthy of being the best that Zelda has ever had to offer. Damn, talk about an oof. What a crash and burn this series took. Shortly after Nintendo released their height on the last GameCube release, they come out with this awful mess on the DS, and I'm not going to mince words on this entry. Phantom Hourglass is such a huge turd of a game, and frankly, it's embarrassing how many missteps were taken going into developing it. How much twisting and betraying of a classic and functional formula to fit it into what idea Nintendo thought the future was going to hold in gaming is bizarrely absurd. This was Nintendo's first, big shot, after New Super Mario Bros. Took that series in a bad direction, and they were honestly just drowning their IP almost literally, deciding that everything that made it fun, explorative, and a fantasy just needed to be reworked to fit onto their new and fancy hardware. Because this was their first big move for Zelda, Nintendo decided that it should be a huge showcase. Every function of the console needed to be used, from the touchpad to the stylus. Phantom Hourglass was going to be their big tee-off of innovation, and it destroyed this game absolutely. Not only that, but decisions that were made on what they needed to do and wanted to do were not helping. This game wanted to be another seafaring, jaunty adventure using more in-depth travel, I suppose, where you would be given a world map and use that to draw your journeys and notes to other islands, and along the way you might encounter an enemy or a random encounter, of which they had to limit even more on the DS than the GameCube for the obvious reason. Again, predictably, the world map has shrunk even more, so there's even fewer random islands. The game puts you in more boxes, there are more limits on your exploration, whereas as misguided as Wind Waker's open world was, functionally it could have been used for greatness, because it's simply a system where you explore, and if you see a cool thing, you can go to it. You didn't need to worry about running out of meters, having to draw your journey, dock up to fuel up your meters, and all this other crap. Wind Waker's worked because it was dead simple. You go to a thing. Phantom Hourglass just added all this unnecessary complexity and bad controls into the mix and fucked everything up. That's really the name of the game here, is just, this is Wind Waker, but unnecessarily complex. Not where the complexity needed to be in the puzzles or getting around to the dungeons, but in the tools and the mechanics of the game. The first major mistake is that Phantom Hourglass is purely controlled through the stylus, which would make sense if the console wasn't made by a bunch of incompetents. But the DS had a D-pad and 4 face buttons, so I have no idea why the hell they thought that this was going to work, since it makes the entire game and everything you do in it feel loose and imprecise. From the sword swinging to the cannon shooting, the stylus control is central to making this game feel like a chore to play. Like I'm playing the game, but I'm also wearing fucking pot holders at the same time. It would help if the dungeons were on the proper level for the rest of the series, but I guess to facilitate the new control scheme they made up, the dungeons were simplified along with a lot of the puzzles getting ripped out and replaced with C-tier ideas, such as hitting switches in obtuse ways, throwing the grappling hook everywhere, and moving crystals from one place to the other. Along with the simplification, the dungeons are also a lot shorter than previous games, and enemy encounters were scaled down quite a bit. The bosses are fairly pathetic to incorporate this stylus-based swordplay, which takes a lot of the strategy and good gameplay and attack patterns out of Zelda, since you have to accommodate as best you can with stylus controls that can't tell the difference between what you specifically want to do in a moment's notice. Likewise, the items you use are also all stylus controlled, requiring that you draw paths for your boomerang or your bomb shoes to follow, which precludes most split-second uses of them since you can't use them quickly, which reinforces the slow and pondering nature of the bosses you're fighting in all the puzzles, if the swordplay problems didn't already do that. So, while the game is full of small and constant annoyances, there's also quite another major problem that we have yet to discuss that combines the two problems together. The Temple of the Ocean King. A temple that you have to return to a grand total of 6 times throughout the game, with each run getting you deeper and deeper and requiring more work to get to places where you can use your time sand from. Oh yeah, this entire temple is also on a time limit to make it even more of a hassle, but what kills this entire concept is that the premise of the whole dungeon that you have to visit 6 times is based entirely on stealth mechanics. You need to sneak around these armored knights that can kill you either instantly or insanely fast, which leads to an appropriately slow and asinine dungeon, and also one that is insanely painful if you fuck it up due to the punishment or how much of a slog it is to redo what you just lost in progress. You don't get much reward for dealing with this other than just keeping up a time limit to meet the requirements of the dungeon itself, so you don't get anything cool out of how much effort you put into this place. You also can't get around it throughout the game. The thing you get that allows you to finally put these jerks to rest doesn't come about until the very end of the game on your last trip. And this obviously before the many parts where you have to drag items from one place to another, which obviously cuts your speed in half while you're doing it. It's such a bafflingly terrible dungeon for professionals that have been working this series for years that it deserves being the last or second to last worst dungeon across all non-Philips dungeon. On one last note, your sidekick in Phantom Hourglass is also pretty bad on my personal experience. I'm sure some others thinks that he's adorable and loves his gimmicks, but for me, he's yet another bullet in the list of the many things that Phantom Hourglass did to piss me off. His gimmick is that he's greedy, cowardly, and a worthless NPC, hiding anytime there's trouble, and he quote-unquote redeems himself by the end by being brave once. Just fuck characters like this guy. It only works if their quirkiness is actually funny, and his is definitely not. All it does is just actively fuck over your ability to fight things and complete objectives. You're only forced to deal with this guy since you lost your mode of transit in the way that you were ripped into this terrible Zelda world that we found ourselves in. Hell, the story is also god-awful because it's essentially, we sealed this ultimate evil underneath the ridiculous Hell dungeon, and their influence is starting to leak out, so we now need to go down there and seal it or kill it permanently. Obviously, since this is a bad game, the villain has no communication with you or influence on the world directly, aside from just spawning monsters everywhere, which barely counts, since the monsters are mindless and there's no plan in place from the villain. Hell, it's not even fucking intelligent, it's like a giant spider, or an octopus. It's just a giant monster in charge of other monsters. Do you remember how the Skull Kid in Majora's Mask directly caused most of the problems that Link finds himself dealing with because he deliberately went everywhere and fucked with everything? You know, that's kinda how you do a villain. Whoever the villain was in this game didn't do any of that, and is thus a terrible character, if you even want to give it that much credit, as it is not a person. It seems like the only half-decent part of the game was the ghost ship, and I would say that only barely counts, since it's on the level of the Thieves' Hideout in concept from Link to the Past, the third Zelda game in the whole franchise. Phantom Hourglass is simply the ultimate example of how Nintendo's gimmick obsession shoots their games in the foot. Forever. Oh, for fuck's sake, Nintendo! Yeah, for some reason they didn't learn their lesson after Phantom Hourglass and decided to repeat that game's success almost beat for beat. The same stylus-based combat and everything mechanics, the same traveling issues and the same progression, along with the same lackluster dungeons and items, making getting to the actual puzzles something that won't ever happen. But to be entirely fair, Spirit Tracks is a tiny improvement over their original outing and at least gives us an amazing companion in Ghost Zelda, because like Wind Waker, they decided to give their companion a wacky personality, and because she's also treated as a Zelda item in some cases, she's directly involved in the solving of dungeons and the killing of monsters. It's good that Zelda is filling in the dialogue role, since Link is arguably the least active Link in his own story than ever before. After getting his conductor's license, his presence almost entirely falls out of the story. Whoever made this DS duology did want to mix things up with Spirit Tracks rather than just going back to the boat. They wanted to do trains instead, which in of itself isn't a bad idea. Trains have various limitations and cultural points that could be easily formed into an interesting fantasy journey if it had a good overarching plot to hang over your travels, but again, this is a substandard DS game, so cool narrative bits will be hard to come across, especially after we get introduced to the amazing villain of this game. To be fair, the villain is actually in this game rather than the previous thing. He's a comedically evil design with nonsensically dark plans to raise an ancient evil from the land and then possess it or something, so that he can use its powers to take over the world. So yeah, it's Mr. 647 of the generic antagonists list. Maybe he'd be interesting if he wasn't wearing two top hats at incredibly suspicious angles, almost like he might be evil. Anyway, because of the ancient Zelda stuff, his plan was to destroy the Spirit Tracks, because their crisscrossing system was the stuff sealing the ancient evil, so that's just what he did. Now Link and Zelda have to restore it after Zelda was put into a spirit form by the villain, because I guess she was important. The train, again, is a tiny improvement over the boat, but comes with a lot of the same problems, such as having to draw your own journeys, being limited on where you can go, the stylus controls of the cannon and other attachments of the train, the fact that the regions of this game aren't interesting to stand out, the fact that we don't have any side quests that really involve the train throughout our journey. While Phantom Hourglass gave you none of the swashbuckling adventure stuff that boats are built to do, the train is built for delivering things from place to place or traveling. If Link had some jobs to do or deal with some bandits or some other way to create adventure on a train, then it might have made sense to do this with a video game. In this game, it's treated almost like a land boat. There's no real point in Spirit Tracks being built around the train other than they just built it around the train. And that goes for the same lack of content we talked about. There's no places to go that are interesting, and they have a lack of vignettes to go see. We don't have the character moments, we don't have an interesting quest line to go through these regions, we just go between place to place, do some objectives, and then we get to a dungeon. But, on the other hand, the quest places are a bit more interesting than Phantom Hourglass, but that was a low bar for Spirit Tracks to clear. I suppose the train does have a couple things going for it when I think about it, such as battles on the tracks and having to quick shoot track switches during chase. That can get momentarily exciting, but that's kind of about it. And speaking of comparisons to Hourglass, for whatever cosmic reason, Spirit Tracks decided to bring back everyone's favorite part of that game, the Ocean King Temple. Yep, it's another 6-part stealth dungeon that we have to revisit after every major event because of the intergalactic power of intelligent potatoes. I don't know who the fuck signed off on this again, because it should have been glaringly obvious the top point on the flaw list for Hourglass. But again, it's not as bad as Hourglass's shit idea, but it's still fundamentally terrible. They improve on it by having you teleport to where you left off instead of having to start and redo literally everything every single trip, and eventually Zelda is able to help you out on the stealth by distracting or destroying the Murder Knights. It's still incredibly awful and a dumbass's implementation of stealth, but at least they put a couple of weights on your side of the scale to make it literally not the worst thing in the world. The dungeons are likewise incredibly forgettable. They're still tiny, they lack in puzzles, and they're full of odd stylus controls that work as well as DS controls can manage. It's still got the mystifying stylus sword combat that ruins most things it comes into contact with. This game has 6 dungeons in it, and a lot of them lack gimmicks, narratives, interesting design, or concepts around themselves, mostly defaulting to the usual forest, fire, ice temples to fill space. A lot of this game just feels like filler, just an excuse for the game itself to exist. The progression to get to dungeons is more interesting than Hourglass since you incorporate these silly adventure game segments, solving the stations you come to and figuring out the village's problems. They're not super interesting, but at least you get to talk to NPCs, you get to deal with devil trains, which is something new. You know, a bit of that Zelda stuff that makes it feel like a journey that Link has to be the hero for. But those dungeons, man, are just not good. I remember a lot of the game being a cakewalk, except when the controls themselves are screwing you over, around such as the multiple whipping chasm jumps, which don't work as well as intended to be diplomatic. In comparison to Hourglass, it's just a little bit better. There's the occasional different thing to do, such as rafting around and getting in a minecart. But damn, I am really scratching the bottom of the barrel here for anything positive to talk about in this game. However, surprisingly, there was a light to be found at the end of the tunnel here. In the back half of the game, Spirit Tracks makes it very viscerally clear that the Sand Pyramid, the final dungeon of the game, is incredibly dangerous. They tell you this multiple times, that the Sand Temple is going to be this huge challenge unlike anything you've ever seen before. And honestly, considering the last 4 temples, I was wondering how this was going to be actually possible since it didn't seem like Spirit Tracks was trying. But you do some target shooting to solve the pyramid entrance puzzle. Finally get in to see what all this fuss is about this ancient evil place. This terrifying, scary, high-stress dungeon that they kept hyping up. And by the end of it, the Sand Temple was the best dungeon in the game by a country mile. It's amazing. Everything that this game tried to do to make a hard-as-nails dungeon, put the intrigue back in, they put the puzzles back in, there's enemies and challenges that was lacking throughout every other part of the game. It was staggering to me just how good this place was, how much of a night and day comparison it was. It was actually huge enough that you could explore it and get kind of lost. Plus, the item you get is nice and unique. It allows players to move sand around, and that's used for a bunch of unique puzzles to the dungeon, like moving boulders and making paths to get around, getting around in the proper direction in order to solve a room. Proper dungeon puzzles. It was such a great, unexpected capper to a game that was an absolute slog to get through everything else. I was amazed that it existed. Even the boss was a great design and a cool, puzzly challenge. But to be frank, the one place they improved everything by a long shot was the boss fights in general. They're bigger, they're more elaborate, they have these better designs, and they're built to be the centerpiece of their dungeons, what the boss fights are actually supposed to do, not a wet fart like Hourglasses. Some of them even do that 2.5D arena thing that can make for an elaborate boss battle with these puzzling elements, what Zelda could actually be doing in a 2.5 3D space. It was a huge improvement over the tiny bosses in 2D space from Hourglass. They aren't memorable or really any stand out, but at least they don't keel over after they got breathed on. However, after all of that niceness, once we do get the magical rock from the pyramid, we can finally get back to Malladus Cole, or whoever the terrible villain of this story is. He also recruited a swordsman from a royal lineage to help him out. I didn't really bother noting that in my brain because he serves so little of a purpose to anything in the game. Maybe he blocked a sword at some point when he wasn't evil anymore. Whatever. When we get to this land of darkness, we get to finally get a little revenge on those fucking devil trains that have been screwing with us by using the power of light. It's a kind of Pac-Man-esque counter chase that we have to use the power of light to knock out all the devil trains in the land of darkness. It's a bit difficult and annoying, but it can be fun if you manage to luck out on all your timing. It's just really easy to get knocked off yourself, since you have to deal with 4 or 5 of these things that can all outrun you at any point that you're not powered up, and they have unpredictable AI where it seems like they make every choice to be as annoying as possible. So, okay, maybe this whole thing was just an annoying gate to get to the actual boss battle. The next part is probably the moment that the developers wanted to be the highlight of the game, and to be fair to them, they did pull out all the stops for the final battle. It's elaborate, it's wacky, detailed design to the world and enemies. It has 4 different steps to get to the actual boss. It ties in with Link and Zelda's journey to get to this spot, all of the work that they put in gathering the magic throughout Hyrule and fixing the spirit tracks. So, they put a lot of work in, but as you can see with the second phase, the whole thing just isn't all that much fun. They put in too much difficulty, tipped their scales too far, and like the rest of the game, made the final fight a slog as well, making you traipse through boss fight sludge to finish the whole game. It's long and it's arduous, mostly because when you're dealing with the main demon train, you don't get a lot of good warning to get off the side of the track that's about to be in the kill zone by the train, and you have to focus on the train and the tracks somehow simultaneously when you're shooting it and trying to control your direction. So you can get the correct track switches done and so you don't die, but also have to be consistently cannonballing the demon train. You have to deal with like 4 different cars as well, with each having their own weapons attached. So again, it's a long and easily fallible part of the encounter. But if you make it through that, you have a little scene with your magical guide before you face Cole in the flesh, but he has a trick up his sleeve, Zelda herself, stealing her magical powers for his final plan. But Link also has an ace in the hole, Zelda's own possession ability allowing her to equip a knight's armor to help Link in the 3rd phase. Now he has to make sure Zelda can get to herself to fight off Cole, which means escorting this heavy-ass killer. It's not so easy to lose this encounter, it's more like it's just hard to understand how it's supposed to work, since Zelda's in control of the escortee, and Link just has to figure out all the traps Cole has planned to separate Zelda and her armor, and since Zelda, even in her badass fighter form, can't deal with the traps herself and all these rats, this isn't as annoying, it's just kind of an esoteric bit of the game that doesn't add much to the whole final boss experience. But if you make it through all of that, Cole will fail his objective, you'll be sent back to the light world, and things will finally be getting back to normal. Only for Spirit Malladus to show up for a final showdown, attempt to go through with his evil summoning vessel plan himself, that'll be rejected and transform into the final boss, a big blue lion thing. Yep, that's the final battle that the game went with, which again is a slight improvement from Hourglass, where the final villain was a really weird looking squid thing. That was a garbage design. This guy is just kinda mediocre and not threatening. What's more threatening is the clunky fight itself. We're going back to Wind Waker this time, except the difference is that while fighting Ganondorf in Wind Waker, you had the freedom to fight him as normal using your sword skills in 3D, while here, you have to explicitly escort Zelda, which means putting you in between her and Malladus and smacking all of his hits away. A pretty dumb gimmick since that's the whole fight, But what kills this stupid idea is when you get around to the halfway mark and he starts throwing so many attacks at you that you have to rely on your spin slash, which is a classic Zelda tool, except in this game it revolves around you drawing circles around Link, and as you could probably tell, that kind of requires precision. So yeah, the central conceit of this fight doesn't work because stylus controls can't be precise when you need them to be. This whole thing is down more to luck than anything else, since you're just hoping that you can get the spin slashes done exactly when you need them, using these terrible failure controls. But if you make it through all of that, Malladus will reveal his weak spot that the team can hit, and we can finally seal the evil away properly with a final ditty on the spirit flute. Ah, shit, I forgot the fucking spirit flute. So yeah, fuck that unholy abomination with a rusty spear. I hated this thing. I wanted to throw this thing into a hellfire damnation after the first time I used it. And this thing is your central instrument to the game, which is why it's coming up at the very, very end of it. The whole problem is that this thing requires precision from the DS's microphone, because you have to use it to blow notes using the immersive controls. You have to move the flute around with the stylus and blow into the microphone as the musical controls, and the entire mechanic flat out doesn't work properly. The number of times I had to redo the music to unlock dungeons was insanely frustrating for something that was so easily accomplished before, but instead of just doing something simple like hitting a bunch of buttons, the Nintendo developers making this had to shove in the console gimmicks to make it stand out, which they did by making the most irritating instrument outside of Wii Music. The notes don't register properly, you have to hit the timing properly using this hit or miss hardware, or it'll fail, and you also have to do it on tempo, and hit the notes hard enough to impress the musician's spirits enough, or they'll say your song is displeasing the gods and you have to do it again. It's such a trash concept and a complete failure on every level. This spirit flute is completely fucked. Worst item in the series. So yeah, after a few minutes wrangling the final song together, the game is finished, Zelda is restored to normal, and the land is finally safe from this garbage tier villain. While this is definitely the best Zelda out of the series, since she's fun, quirky, and enthusiastic about going on the journey, she has quirks because, you know, she can get scared and then she kind of gets badass and, you know, confident at points. But on the other hand, this Zelda game is mediocre at best, and actively making me want to snap my DS in half at worst. At the end of the day, all I can say about Spirit Tracks is that while the developers were trying, all they managed to accomplish with all of this work was make a game that was only a half star better than Hourglass. Since they decided to migrate over basically every problem from Hourglass that made it such an irritating slog, and just reduced them all by a little bit. Didn't get rid of the problems and start over, they kept everything but toned it down by a couple of degrees. Look, the stylus controls of Link just don't work to create the fun swordsman journey that Zelda needs to be to work as a game. It makes the whole game feel loose and fuzzy to play, and likewise the inherent flaws mean that basically everything you do in the game has to be designed around the fact that you're using worse controls than PSX tank controls, and therefore the quality of the dungeons and most puzzles are reduced significantly. This is the absolute worst way you could cobble together a portable Zelda experience. Something that Nintendo and Capcom basically nailed a generation ago, but for some fucking reason couldn't be done on newer hardware. This duology was a huge, colossal waste of everyone's fucking time. Okay, I know we're also talking about this game. It's Zelda, so it does count. I'm not going to spend too long on this one since the game is absolutely a tech demo that no one cared about, even the people making it. I'm actually surprised that this thing got released as a game and wasn't just an E3 demo thing that was limited to an event only. No, this thing got a commercial release. This game is so embarrassing that I'm sorry for everyone involved, me included. This game is so devoid of content that I think I swept through the entire game in under 2 hours, maybe under an hour and a half. This game is an asset flip of Twilight Princess, reusing everything from that game to cobble together this on-rails shooter with Zelda paint thrown all over it. That's basically the whole game. You're just target shooting throughout the Twilight Princess world for the sake of target shooting. There's not even a story here, you just shoot targets in different places and that's it. You can do it to get high scores that no one gives a crap about, especially since the Wii servers are all dead. I think that some of the bigger areas like the Blue Maiden Village from Twi-Pry, you can walk through the buildings on your own to hunt down your targets, but that's about it for interesting gameplay beyond the on-rails part. I mean, you couldn't have put even some text boxes just rehashing the plot of Twilight Princess to make this something worth talking about, just put something in it. I mean, obviously, since this is a tech demo, the shooting works just fine. It's got some difficulty with different distances. You can shoot some unconventional targets like scarecrows and beehives if you want. The game has a couple boss fights in it where you fight a Dark Nut and Star-Lord at the end, and then it gets kinda difficult since it ends up throwing a lot of skeet targets at you throughout, and it's got a decent amount of health to make for some sort of ending. I guess it isn't surprising to say for an on-rail shooter that listed a grand total of 90 minutes of content, but at least the Tingle game had a reason to exist. Crossbow training is a laughable failure of a game, something that should never have been printed onto a disc. Maybe the justification for it existing was getting your hands on the Wii Zapper, which was at least a decent peripheral for one of the two genres that the Wii excelled at. Shooters, since you could mount the Wiimote and the nunchuck in a gun-like thing and use it for the perfect analog. Hell, I don't even think they redid the graphics for the game. It's an embarrassing straight asset flip of a different game with no story beats. It's directly copied from like the earliest Wii game that was ever made. Even an arcade shooter would have done twice as much work to justify its existence than this did as a Wii disc release. Who the hell even demanded that this game be released at all? Is the Zapper something that everyone was so desperate to get that they had to hash a game together in like 4 months? Hot damn, the Zelda really did have that dearth period after its best release, didn't it? Again, not going to sugarcoat this, Skyward Sword is a bad Zelda. It does everything bad. Only a couple things right, and honestly brings back a bunch of problems from the Wind Waker in terms of the Zelda content. A bunch of the dungeons are lackluster, the items aren't great, and the open world is hard to explore and segmented into specific regions, rather than being interwoven together so that traveling didn't feel like such a chore, and then the attempt at a story in this game is laughable, as well as they're doing a double act of Link and Fi is such a huge downgrade after Midna, especially with how embarrassing it got after the ridiculous hype train this game had, where the picture of Fi was the only promotion for the year and a bit before this game even came out. This thing is such a colossal misfire that it's amazing to me that Nintendo wanted to re-release it for the Switch. Who the hell wanted to revisit this failure, especially since they had to completely upend the sword fighting to fit onto a totally different console that didn't have the particular motion controls that it did? Why all that effort for more Skyward Sword? The game was so baked into the Wii's particular nuances that it should have been absolutely staying there as a reminder to Nintendo to think through what they're trying to do with Zelda. So, let's start at the top since we have to get through how much went wrong here. First of all is that this game is attempting to be a prequel to the entire franchise, which is a ridiculous idea due to how much the series itself steps on its own attempted timeline. A timeline that's so messed up that it diverges in 3 directions in the middle of it, and plus, this isn't like a Snake Eater where there's a very specific story and characters that have detailed backstories that you can plumb for a plot and story beats, build a world around that. Link's backstory and the lore of the universe is so bare bones and stock model that there was nothing there to throw together a story with unless you were going to do a lot of legwork to fill it in with something good as to how Ganondorf originally came about or what the original source of his evil actually was. But then you get to the flip side problem, is that if you want to make this version of Ganondorf really, really good as his origin point, at that point it's simply a one-off appearance, since no other Ganondorf would be that radically interesting of a character or as important. And also, they'd have to put in tons of effort on every follow-up Ganondorf to follow his amazing origin point, otherwise they just look ridiculous in comparison to him. Obviously, none of that happened, so it simply ended up as a prequel failure because the origin is not a good story. Ganondorf and the entire history of a constant Link-Ganondorf matchup came about because there was an evil sealed in the ground of Hyrule a billion years ago, and then a cataclysm happened or something that led to the idea of a ground world being seen as impossible, and the humans decided to live on floating rocks in the sky. That's literally it. Ganondorf's origin just stems from some elemental evil that's always existed, kind of like Ganondorf in of himself. The idea of this society that lives in the sky is an intriguing idea that could have made for a different feeling open world, and give us some unique mechanics to get around and some fresh ideas for quests in the open world, a nice progression. But of course, that also gets completely shot in the foot as well. Since after the introduction around the time we meet Fi is the only time that we get any hint at the culture of this world and the importance of the knights learning how to fly birds, along with how the separation from the ground world has affected this place entirely. After that, it never comes up again as to why the society is the way that it is before the ending. The bird flying mechanic could have been fantastic again, if it had been involved in the progression, the questline, if it had its own quest and an open world to support it, but it flat doesn't. The open world sucks. It's split between the time in the sky, where nothing is to be done because it's completely empty and devoid of random encounters, and being on the ground, which then it's like every other game, and the ground world itself is very closed off. You can't go between regions, there's no central hub, you can't travel around looking for stuff on your own terms. You have to specifically return to the sky, and then go to another drop point to get around, which is such a huge turnoff for immersion that screws up your entire progression. It feels like it's mission-based, and then you don't have a lot of NPCs or optional stuff to go do, mostly because, as the world is established, most people don't live here anymore. They went to the sky because of the cataclysm, so how the hell would anything live here? Another major part of the game and another backfire is that there's a variety of goddess boxes around the world that you can hit with your sword, and then that puts a special treasure in the sky world to go get, and that's essentially it for any optional collectibles. There are a couple NPC quests around, like the Pumpkin Inn has some stuff to do, and having to deal with some lost kid in a graveyard, but the quests are so difficult to even understand and accept at the start that you're honestly better off not bothering to hunt down the specific way you're supposed to find the ghost that stole the guy's kid or whatever the fuck you actually do at the end that I never figured out. Then you have the bird controls themselves, which, aren't great. It feels like a more restrictive version of riding Epona around, and since the open world is so barren with random floating asteroids, that it also takes a long time to get anywhere on a map that should have been made a lot smaller objectively. But it's not, because Nintendo wanted to sell you another illusion of grandeur to match with their lofty aspirations that they don't fulfill. The only real interesting point is the thundercloud that gets revealed at the tail end of the game, but that serves as a simple bus stop that you have to go to and then come immediately back. There is a boss fight that is a kind of cool set piece since it's kind of hectic with having to do it in flight, but I don't give it full points since the controls for flying aren't fluid enough to have a hardcore dogfight, and as you would have to constantly manage your speed, targeting, and not getting hit in the face, and that's better said than done. The NPCs are cruelly limited, and are given almost nothing to do. I'll give Wind Waker some credit in that the races they went with were interesting and their islands actually had depth. Not here. You get to deal with the Koroks again, and for my basement level opinion of them, see Wind Waker's section. And you also get to deal with a single Goron that doesn't do anything other than marvel at Link's existence and a couple questline hints. The only redeeming factor are the robot race, which are brand new to this game that give you the best item and have the most flavor as a race, along with being just the best region in general. I don't know why the fuck Nintendo did that, but essentially every single good idea this game had was smushed directly into Lanayru, and nobody else got anything close to it. The Lanayru region is built around time travel, where you can send small spaces of the region back in time when it was a thriving sea society run by robot sailors and pirates, which Nintendo uses for a host of fun and quirky ideas. They have some good characters here, some different sorts of puzzles from anything else they've done before, that builds some lore, some fun culture to the place, and is just a giant breath of fresh air for a game that slogged you through the forest and fire regions previously, which were just generic and way too long for their own good. Even the bosses are pretty goddamn bad. Moldarok and Scaldera are silly monsters that are too easy, either being completely outdone by the dungeon item, or so easy that one of them gets reduced to a mini-boss in the second half of the game. Tantalus gets some points since the combat is somewhat interesting and it has so much health that it takes a while to kill, so you get to enjoy the ride for a little while, even though the concept is pretty silly where it's just a random sea monster that just destroyed the dungeon you're exploring. It could have literally been any other big monster from the series, I don't know, maybe Gleeok did this. Girahim's battles are a giant showcase of how the central mechanic of the game makes it look ridiculous and requires a bunch of nonsensical skills to get the battle done. His sword fights look like how an alien would understand sword combat, where you have to hit specific targets, avoid specific targets, and look for your chances to strike, which only barely functions because Girahim can seemingly cover all his bases simultaneously and change stances whenever he wants to counter you, so there is no way to get your hits in other than waving the sword around like a spaz. His first two fights seem driven by luck other than anything else, where you just swing your sword and hope that it goes through. Or you swing it like 12 times in 2 seconds to get anything in. You just hold your sword up for long times and all these weird angles looking for any way that you can get in on him, and then it instantly disappears when you attempt to go for it. It's a huge showcase of how this Motion Plus did the game a whole bunch of favors and also screws with everything you try to do. This game is entirely driven by Motion Plus, and to be frank, it works absolutely how it should, but how Nintendo decided to use it is the giant red flag, trying to take these incredibly precise major encounters rather than just doing normal boss things of having an attack pattern that you counter and dodge around, and then using the Motion Plus to work around armor or shields. Stuff that makes sense. Not working around Girahim holding up 2 fingers and trying not to hit him when he can somehow guard 70% of his body using just his 2 fingers. Some of the tankier enemies make this work a lot better since they literally just have a shield that you work around, or they have 3 swords that form a pseudo shield. It still looks pretty silly, but the combat makes a bit more sense, like that in the pirate duel. As you would expect, the controls are much better found in ranged sort of affairs, such as driving the beetle around, an ingenious extension of the Wiimote function for a bunch of different puzzles, to the point that its upgrade is another dungeon item in the second half, and clearly the best item in the game, since it can accomplish a great deal more as a drone hookshot rather than the whip, which is very limited and not cool to see in anything else but its puzzles, although it is the centerpiece of the Galactos fight, which actually did everything right in having the perfect difficulty, the power fantasy angle, and having a fluid boss fight which gives you chances to find opportunities and avoid getting cleaved upside the head. It's clearly the best of the gallery by a mile, almost by accident. But then again, the Great Cistern Temple is also such a huge step up from the rest of the game in terms of having flavor, culture, intriguing puzzles that change the entire layout and give you different places to go. This place has layers literally and figuratively, which is just a joy to walk through, especially since Link was given some working swimming controls that they use to the fullest in parts of this dungeon. Outside of the sand ship, this one is also incredibly solid. It's such a weird thing to see that Nintendo decided to consolidate their quality, but only in like 3 places throughout a game that has 6 dungeons. And throughout this dungeon, we also get to pal around with the unforgettable secondary, Fi the Sword. The one image that this game had as a pre-release stunt was very intriguing since Fi was designed exactly like the Master Sword, so it was wondered, is she a spirit of the sword? Was the sword going to be a new character? Are there implications about the history of the Master Sword? It turns out that she's just a spirit that was put into the sword to help out the destined hero, and by help out, they mean by a classic example of Nintendo's infuriating habit of having a character be a perpetual tutorial. What totally killed any chance of this character being an interesting addition was Nintendo's idea to write her like a robot. Like a fucking Clippy analog that just constantly assaults you with useless dialogue and hints, and also coincidentally providing garbage hints when you literally ask for them, which only vaguely points to where you need to go, rather than giving you a pointed hint toward the next thing you do, which you might actually need considering how windy of a path this progression game actually has. It's not all that bad since you usually get told where to go and what to do, but a couple of times you don't get that, and Fi will absolutely not help you, just appreciating you twisting in the wind around her ridiculousness. Fee is a bad character because it has no personality, it's not quirky, and has no point of existing in the plot, just being a way for you to interface with the MacGuffins that you pick up, and the dances and the music that you have to help out because God said so. Honestly, it's not a character, even Navi had more to do than this helper bot. Fee does manage to convince an NPC to help us out on a part of our quest a couple times, but that's it for actual stuff that she gets to do. That's all Fee is accomplishing. Oh, and I suppose it allows us to collect the magical MacGuffins that we need to power up the Master Sword for the first time as well. A lot of Fee's dialogue and interrupting the plot is to simply reiterate the thing that you just learned is the next part of your quest again, even though you could clearly see that it was with your own human eyeballs. We don't need it to butt in and literally tell us to do the thing we were planning to do anyway, and wasting a minute of our time. It's like they expect exclusively brain-dead 9-year-olds with 2-second attention spans to play this game. And then there are the little things, such as barging in when you collect new items to tell you that you collected a thing during each session of the game. Midna had good moments of character because she was an actual character in the story. This meandering computer thing has nothing to do other than spout off about its useless opinions about our quest, except during any time when you would actually need its opinions. Fuck Fee, it can go lie in a cave for a million years, waiting for the next link. And speaking of stuff that should have stayed down, the Imprisoned is a terrible boss that should have, like Scaldera, been a one-shot. A dumb idea that didn't create the epic racing toward the top chase fight that Nintendo wanted it to be. But what destroys these parts of the game is that it's done in nearly the exact same way 3 separate times. The first couple of times are fine because the Imprisoned barely knows that Link is attacking it, but when you start adding in AoE attacks on each step it takes and needing to hit targets on both sides of its feet, and introducing its arms to climb up even faster, and needing to operate a cannon as well occasionally, then you have one of the worst and most useless of all the bosses doing nothing that a boss fight should be for a video game as it stands. If it's supposed to be a repeat, it should have been a fun encounter. Making the fight itself god-awful and repetitive just ruins the game even further, and on that note, some people may appreciate the comedy relief bully character in Groose, but like the guy in Phantom Hourglass, I don't like his shtick. His introduction is insanely annoying since he's an overly cocky bully that thinks he's going to win at everything, then later he deliberately fucks with your adventure out of spite, and then quote-unquote redeems himself when he realizes he's stuck on the ground with your mentor character, which is why he built the Groose cannon that barely attempted to do anything of value. His arc barely exists and you barely visit him throughout the entire game, so any attempt at building a character out of Groose from dumb fuck to failure to heroic sidekick is failed again since he doesn't get enough screen time to connect those dots together in a satisfying way. On top of that annoyance, there's small pieces here and there that wreck your game even further since in typical Zelda fashion, you'll have to do a bunch of chores to get between dungeons, and some of that stuff is also facepalm inducing, such as the couple of escort missions you have to do with an irritating robot helicopter that hates Link as its primary character trait. I've seen this type of character before, and I don't get the appeal. The only way this sort of thing works is if the character has an implied arc coming up, or is funny while doing it for a character to have the primary trait of hating the main character that you're playing as. What's worse is that its escort missions are long, convoluted paths past a whole core of enemies that you'll have to mainly bow shoot on the way to where you're going, due to not being able to get to enemies in time with your sword to deal enough damage since the damage on the bot is cumulative through the entire mission, plus no way to note how much damage is being dealt to it throughout those sections, so there's no way to figure out which portion should be taken extra care to deal with, so you're on ultra alert for the entire way, and only a couple of screw-ups will put you into the death zone, meaning you'll have to get chewed out again and do the entire journey from step 1. Just the worst escort mission in all regards. Then, there are the spiritual challenges, which are a tiny bit better. It's an exploration challenge where you have to locate 15 MacGuffins and race back to the start to prove your worth to the gods. You have to do this 4 times, and it's really annoying because of the aforementioned single screw-up starting over thing from the escorting mission. The challenge is that there's a variety of alarms roaming the maps, and all the water is cursed to instantly alert if you touch it. In order to avoid the Watchers, you'll either have to grab another MacGuffin or make it back to the safe zone. The problem is that the Watchers are incredibly powerful enemies, and they only have to hit you once to fail you. You can probably get away with pissing off one of them near a MacGuffin, but only for 3 or so swipes. And if you're around multiple of them, good fucking luck. You probably have a 20% chance at best of making it through that. Any stealth challenge is going to be excruciating and painful if there's this high of a punishment and effort to put in to get back into stealth mode. You'll also have no time to figure out where the next one is, and a lot of them are spaced far apart, even including vine crawling to get up there. So that's not happening when you're on an alarm. So at the end of the day, they're just painful trial and error giant puzzles getting these goddamn things accomplished. There are a ton of targets to hit, and you need to hit 100% of them and get the quest item full doesn't complete the mission. So of course you can fail holding all of them because it's a test of courage, Link. It's 4 tests, so good luck. Just another awful part of the whole game that sticks around. Then there are the even smaller things, such as your shields having durability, which is incredibly stupid. The indestructible shield being hidden behind an arena challenge that you'll probably not find without a walkthrough. The command to do a skyward strike, the titular attack, is not helpful in combat because you need to wrangle the Wii to recognize a straight up motion for several seconds and then throw it, which is fine in pretty much all cases until it becomes vital in the final boss battle, of which you wouldn't know it's vital since the game is very bad at telegraphing that, being the only clue is that the final boss is essentially doing their own skyward strikes. Maybe Fee tells you, but considering her track record, like other Zelda games, the Bazaar in this game are totally useless as well. Doing any crafting is essentially a waste of time since the upgrades are as bad as Ocarina's, where you didn't need 50 bombs to play the game. There's no need to upgrade the wallet since there's nothing valuable to spend money on. The story is a very easy target. Zelda in this game is as useless a character as well, having been abducted early on, and Link is kind of white knighting for her the entire time. Just failing to chase Girahim over and over again until she's trapped for the rest of the game, and then Zelda acquires her destiny and falls out of the story entirely, abandoning Link altogether at the same time, meaning that this stupid carrot and stick chase was all for nothing, as Link doesn't get anything out of reuniting with his childhood friend when he gets back in time. It's all the typical Destiny Child nonsense without the addition that Twipride did, where they added a unique story parallel to that to liven up the plot with Midna. The whole end bit of the story about the solution the Triforce came up with for permanently sealing the evil on Hyrule was to crash Skyloft on top of it. Was just silly. Even more so since that didn't even do the sealing thing it was supposed to. Link still had to go into the Devil World to defeat Demise to finish that job, and not permanently. This is also the one game that added dialogue options for Link, and you can give him personality dialogue to liven up his scene. But Link himself is animated like such a wet blanket that any attempts at making him cool, cocky, or quirky, anything out of the box, immediately fails, because he acts like a lovesick dog more than a person. He doesn't have any of his own goals in life or other friends, people he talks to and interacts with, so he comes off as being completely obsessed with Zelda and saving her, which is a pathetic goal, a pathetic look for any character, much less a supposedly badass swordsman. Since all the characters are cardboard cutouts, Girahim steals the show by default, trying to do the Zant thing of combining high self-superiority and fucking with Link, while also doing the elaborate and psychotic meltdowns throughout the game as Link foils him repeatedly. It doesn't work at all because we don't see Girahim's actions outside of his boss battles, such as the actual kidnapping of Zelda. Zant's screwing around worked better since we saw his takeover of Hyrule. We see him try to kill Midna. We get some good pre-fight dialogue tying together character arcs into satisfying scenes, which puts his meltdowns into context. His first meltdown happens halfway through his character arc, so they don't have anything to pay off with in his final moments. So, Nintendo fundamentally didn't understand why Zant worked so well as a villain, and thus Girahim looks more like a prancing fool who's extra powerful only because the game makes it so hard to hit him, other than his own powers defining him. There's more I could go into, such as the pathetic payoff for our secretive mentor character being a character we've seen before throughout our time travel, the annoyance of getting our time travel device working and powering up the Master Sword like 3 times, the mediocre harp music mechanic where you have to strum the song with the Wiimote instead of using buttons, which in likewise Nintendo fashion only half works because it's based on motion controls that can't accurately detect how you're exactly moving with the Motion Plus. The bird combat controls, which uses target shooting, so you're essentially tackling targets and enemies with the bird instead of having any sort of useful ranged option, which gets screwed over by the camera, the awkward acceleration and diving controls, how much time it takes to reposition and try again when you're on a time limit or your target is running away. Oh yeah, and there's also that part of the game where you lose all your weapons and you have to do another really long stealth section and sort of puzzles to get them back in a moblin camp. Ultimately, Skyward Sword is the game that happens when you sit down to make a Zelda game and then through supreme acts of buffoonery, manage to make every single decision wrong and call it a day. It's such a thoroughly, messily made product that doesn't even attempt to grasp why Zelda is good and how to make that happen, that it's amazing and surprising to me. That they also didn't screw up the game with a bunch of glitches on top of the conga line of other goddamn problems. It's a colossal waste of time and a failure of a prequel that should have never been revisited. We didn't need to remember Skyward Sword. We've officially been through 6 pages just cataloging the stupefying amount of ways that this game managed to fail to live up to its own hype train. Hopefully nothing in the future will manage to live up to this game's utter disaster, because nothing short of a totally new product would have made Skyward Sword not suck during a remake. It is rotten down to its fucking core. Ah yes, finally we get out of the dearth of the Zelda series. That's been going on for like 5 years. The one game that finally saved our faltering tunicked friend. Link Between Worlds was made around that time when Nintendo got really obsessed with either remaking a bunch of their early blockbusters or making spiritual successors to them. At least Between Worlds was the successor path. We got some actual new content out of that. Between Worlds was made as a sequel to Link to the Past in finger quotes, since it's essentially the same game again. The old remake as a sequel bit. In a twist of fate, Link tries to stop a mad wizard from stealing maidens, only to then be hit with a spell that flattens him against a wall, letting the wizard escape. And then later managing to use the power of 2D to traverse into the Dark World to help stop that wizard from whatever evil plan he's concocting. From there, we meet Ruvio, that is a coward, but managed to help Link escape the place he wound up in because he's good at getting out of places and still wants to help when he can, which he does by taking up residence in Link's otherworld house, where he serves as a merchant throughout the game. Instead of picking up dungeon weapons and having an inventory, Link gets his items by renting them from Ruvio. He pays a small price to grab them temporarily, which is when he dies, and then he has to go back and rent them again. You can pay for the items to get them permanently, but it's really expensive, so you're probably not going to be able to buy all the items in a casual playthrough. It's an interesting idea, kind of annoying, but it's pretty easy to get back to the item shop, so it's not the worst idea in the world, especially considering dying in Zelda games, especially modern ones, doesn't happen that often, so it's not really an issue. It's not a consistent punishment part of the game unless you are really out of practice. You'll get into the swing of things soon, which is good since I think Between Worlds has the highest dungeon count out of the entire franchise at technically having a dozen dungeons. Probably more around 10 of them, considering the bookend palaces are both on that list. For whatever reason, a lot of the Dark World dungeons are still named the same as their original counterparts, such as the Thieves' Hideout, but the inner workings have been completely redone, some of their gimmicks renovated, and are generally different experiences from the original game. The game is a lot more simplified, being returned to the Link to the Past level than any modern game, which means that the puzzles aren't super creative and you can run through dungeons kind of quickly. The dungeons aren't as substantial as you would expect from this era of Zelda. To be honest, after looking through them, it seems like the big issue is that since you get your items at a shop instead of at the dungeon itself, a lot of these places feature a lot of the same points of interest and puzzles throughout all the dungeons. There's not a lot of gimmicks, and a bunch of them play the same way since they're using the same item set and mechanics as all the other dungeons. There are a couple places where they get away from that, but not by much. One dungeon uses letting light into the dungeon to solve the puzzles, one requires moving the water level up and down, and one dungeon has an escorting prisoners bit to its gameplay, but again, that's kind of it for important standout moments. One important change throughout is that Link's new 2D power allows him to platform on the sides of buildings to get around, which they do use for some unique challenges, such as getting to the new levels of a building through a window. It's not a big show-stopping feature, just one that differentiates it from the game that it's sequelizing. Between Worlds has an old-school feel that's appreciated, but the lack of ingenuity in going back to the well makes the game look like it's a lot lighter and there's less content to it. Link to the Past had quite a lot of exploring its open world to do, and Between Worlds is essentially reusing that same map. So there's a bunch of heart pieces and power-ups to track down, but that lack of NPCs and quests to do for them means that there's less to get invested in the world, along with not having those regions around the dungeons to pull together a good exploration story like the Water Temple in Twipride being tied in with how the Zoras got fucked over by Zant. Overall, the main issue with this game is that it's trying to be Link to the Past in like 2010, and standards have moved quite a bit since the third game in the series, so it's not getting a good comparison even when it was released at the end of this dearth period for the Zelda series. The game is just mostly find the entrance and defeat the boss once you find it, and there's just a straight line through the whole dungeon. It's all exploration without the narrative to back it up, which doesn't help that Yuga the villain doesn't make appearances throughout the game to show the audience the stakes and get immersed in what she's doing. To be absolutely fair, the ending of this game is actually pretty good, considering it's unexpected who the villain ends up being. Well, it's still Yuga, but circumstances change once we find out what actually happened to Lo Rule. At the end of the game, it's revealed that Yuga's whole plot was initiated by Hilda, Lo Rule's version of Zelda. At the beginning of Lo Rule's existence, Lo Rule also had a Triforce, but instead of what usually happens in Hyrule, and it ends up getting sealed away in the Sacred Realm because humans lust for its ultimate power, the decision was made in Lo Rule that the ancients destroyed their Triforce, but didn't realize in doing so that it would doom their land in the future, which is happening now. Without that power, Lo Rule isn't able to sustain itself as a universe, which led to it looking like the fractured Dark World that we've been traveling through the entire game. Hilda then hired Yuga to go into Hyrule and begin stealing the power to access Hyrule's Triforce and bring it to Lo Rule in order to save the land, but this backfired because Yuga, obviously being evil, never planned to keep as part of the deal, only acquiring the sage's power to get the Triforce for himself and resurrect Ganon because that's what always happened. But then that doesn't really work out, so then he acquires that power for himself, only to then become a pretty cheap and insubstantial final battle with a gimmick fight at the end in 2D on the walls, which is pretty easy since he does chump damage and his AI in 2D is so insanely predictable that you almost never have to worry about getting hit at all, especially with the invincibility of transferring between the two dimensions of space. It seems to me like Lo Rule Castle was the real challenge with how many of the powerful knights got stuffed in it, and it's also revealed that Lo Rule Link was actually Ruvio this entire time. Him being a mirror version meant that he was too cowardly to raise up the sword and save Lo Rule himself, so he was palling around with Link to do it for him eventually, but as with other Zelda games, Link and Zelda raise up their wish to the Triforce to fix all the problems, and so Lo Rule is restored to normal. No bad feelings from the Destiny children, and we all move on with our lives. While I did love my time with Between Worlds being a good reimagining of Link to the Past, throwing out the difficulty issues and making it more in line with modern Zelda, I can recognize that comparatively it is a light game. Made too many dungeons and didn't prop them up with good gimmicks to make them worthwhile and memorable. They're just too short, they feel way too similar to each other. They are fun though, but it's a game that's more for a good weekend distraction than a major gaming experience that you really expect from the franchise. It is probably the perfect game for modern Zelda. It's not too demanding, lots of places to go and explore, and not all that challenging to fit on the tinier screen, plus a lot of references and callbacks to Link to the Past that were redone so we can enjoy the callback without Between Worlds seeming like it has no creativity whatsoever. It was a good game, and a sign that Zelda was finally getting back on track after the last series of baffling failures. This was an Interesting project to hear about. I suppose Omega Force had a bit too much time developing the same game 30 times in a row, so now they decided to work on someone else's IP. Nintendo said yes to this. Now, I'm not a fan of Samurai Warriors and its myriad of copycats, so I'm not going to comment too much on the gameplay style, other than the franchise and its spin-offs are drowning in themselves. I just don't really understand why it's appealing in general. I can imagine a scenario where the grand tactical battlefields could be these complex, involving, and stupid amount of fun, beating up hordes of jabronis with the most ridiculous weapons you could think of, but I don't think that fully came through in Hyrule Warriors. Hyrule Warriors is a game that has a spin-off's plot in an even goofier manner, with the main villain using a ball of time granted to her in order to draw in multiple characters from across the Zelda timeline onto the same battlefield that mostly join together with the new side character in this game specifically, Blue Boobs, in order to stop the ultimate fangirl from dissolving all of time for her own ambitions. And probably something or somewhat with the Triforce if we can squish that in as well. What you'll be encountering is a fully fledged game swimming with the mechanics that made Omega Force what it is, from managing your character's level and gear, and moving your attention around the map to unlock improvements or to go on various story missions. The story missions will involve the roundabout path toward finding new characters, making a plan to get around the summoned hordes, and figure out how to stop the main bad guy. All pretty simple stuff with some well-made, acted, and goofy cutscenes to thread the story through. The missions themselves are appropriately beefy, either happening on these big maps, having big iconic enemies to conquer, and or making you run around and do 6 different things to finish out the battle. Along the way you can help out commanders who are in trouble, liberate certain bases from enemy assaults, pick up weapons and rupees for later. Most of the gameplay consists of smashing one button and occasionally another button to crush all of the jabronis that you encounter, and occasionally you'll run into a big enemy, and even later a famous boss from the series like the Dodongo that'll require dodging and some more strategic button mashing to get around their gimmicks, such as force feeding it bombs like in those other games. The problem here is that with someone who doesn't have appreciation for the minutia of the progression of a Warriors game, it got repetitive fairly quickly, and due to unlocking characters over the course of the story, you'll sometimes be in that position where you'll meet a new character too late in the game for swapping shirts to try them out to really be a viable tactic. There is a nice power fantasy in using these iconic characters to mash thousands of moblins into the dirt, but that honestly wears off after a while. But I do respect Omega Force for putting in the time to do post-launch updates and content blocks that have some beef to them, adding in some even more optional characters and their silly weapons into the mix if you so choose to go down that path. It's actually kinda worthwhile to do so. At least someone working on this project cared, so while you accomplish the typical hero's journey to stop the ultimate fangirl, something weird happens after the game ends. The game starts back up again, but you end up playing as Epic Ganondorf, because I guess the game was developed with the kitchen sink approach. I did like this part of the game even for how crowbarred in it was, since playing Ganondorf was such a ridiculous, overpowered treat that I couldn't help but love how effortlessly he crushed any opposition underneath his steel shoes and giant sword. However, the game is pretty much the same gameplay, but in the opposite direction. You spent the first 2/3 of your time being good, now we're spending our time in killing all of your old player characters and setting everything backwards, and when that's over, the end game will be you putting the green hat back on and finishing evil off for a 3rd time, including a grand beast Ganon battle that'll bring everything all full circle. While I was playing this game, I was having a bad time of it since my Wii U decided to melt and would crash whenever it tried to update, so playing this offline was a bit of a headache, but I still had some fun. Even though this game is repetitive and button mashy, there was something in it that kept me plugging through the level ups, the dialogue boxes, and Stalfos femurs. Maybe it's just that idea that the whole circle of life this game has was very comforting. Maybe it's the many options the game has for playing the same fight, since Omega Force figured out a good way to work around the repetitive nature was adding not only over-the-top weapons to their characters, but also to flex a bit by giving some characters their own specific gimmicks about differentiating their movesets or leveling up their attack power through meters and such. But maybe it's also the fighting game or Smash Brothers aspect of this game where it's just a nostalgic bit of fun to see an entire franchise come together to smash in some evil faces. I can only say that I'm unsure if I'd recommend such a game since the story and gameplay aren't real draws to really get started with it, but getting into that grind over the 20 hours of game you see is a warm, nice blanket of a video game, something calming and not really too demanding on your challenge or really to solve any particular problems. Your choice on that will be probably left up to the idea if you could stand watching this sort of gameplay for a solid 10 hours in a row. If yes, then you should be fine, since that's pretty much all the game has over the entire runtime. Oh, lordy, beans and toast. What the hell happened to this game? It should be obvious that this game was attempting to bring back the concept of Four Swords Adventure using current technology, since the original game was limited to Game Boy Link cables to fully unlock the experience. When we now have the power of online servers and download play, it seemed like a no-brainer, a nice niche game to fill in the blanks for the people who wanted to play Zelda with friends. Let's just get that out of the way and say that idea crashed and burned harder than a jetliner on Earth's re-entry. The first couple of times I tried to log online to get a game going, it turned into unplayable garbage. A game that lagged out so consistently and so absurdly that any game was turned to dust within 5 minutes of uncontrollable disaster. The servers for this game have to have been made out of Swiss cheese. There was no excuse for how gloriously awful this experience was. This was far beyond a your internet just sucks case. This is clearly a Nintendo problem for their 3DS Online. But even beyond that, the game had further issues. Ironic from my previous criticism where Four Swords Adventure was a bit too simplistic of a game to be worthwhile, Triforce Heroes had the opposite problem where a lot of what the game has you do is too complicated to do in either single or multiplayer. I'd imagine trying to wrangle 3 players who can't communicate properly to do some of these puzzles would be an exercise in infinite frustration at the human race. Some of these puzzles have split-second timing, planning requirements, and multiple steps that do not mesh at all with the chaotic mess of a multiplayer game in general. It's just as bad trying to wrangle the 3 links yourself, since the higher-paced nature of this game makes totem polling when you need to difficult, since you need to hit those timings to solve the game's puzzles. Aside from that, there are very few standout missions or puzzles to be seen, like the Village Adventure game from Four Swords Adventures. And I can still remember that particular mission with that long line of people because it had that unique puzzling element. This game is also being built off of Link Between Worlds, which had an issue with their dungeons lacking a good premise or gimmicks. And Triforce Heroes makes that problem worse by removing the open world from the formula. Without the open world and having a dimensional hub town to wrap this game around means that the game loses any sort of world building or plot progression and just becomes a game about doing a bunch of things, going from A to B, and defeating a bad thing that has nothing to do with anything other than it's a bad monster. And bad monsters are bad. The hub town that this game does have is simply a dressed up multiplayer lobby with very little attempts at building any NPCs, any reason for the town to exist, or Link to go on their adventure at all. One of its main features is that you can dress up Link to show off in front of your multiplayer players, which you won't be doing due to the aforementioned connection problem. Well, you wouldn't anyway, but this game sucks drawers, but splitting hairs I guess. So of course, being given that option, I put Link in a Zelda dress for the whole game because he looks absolutely adorable. At least the skins you get for this game look good and aren't impossible to acquire, which in 2013 was a pretty huge step up for games in general. The dungeons are largely boring, uninteresting, lacking in gimmicks or standout moments or any really creative puzzles. The whole game feels like if they repainted Four Swords Adventure as Super Mario 3D Land. It's a weird looking game, and the bosses don't fare much better, being largely forgettable and lackluster since they have to accommodate for the uncontrollable 3-man squad. The only one that actually looks good is the towering snake beast halfway through the whole game. Otherwise, the bosses look like jokes. One even is a straight goof since it's a repeat of an earlier boss dressed up as a fancy table. However, even though the bosses are silly looking, this game can be hard as nails when it wants to due to the aforementioned unhelpful controls and its sometimes strong opponents, which again feeds into the incredible amounts of annoyance that this game can inflict on its players. Which would be nice if there was a good story to justify this game's many problems, but that's pretty much non-existent due to the multiplayer requirement and build. Even the villain barely links to the protagonist, and their appearance feels like another joke, where they have an absurd appearance and a one-note motivation and also come bundled with a few plot holes just to round out the game. Getting through this chapter was a chore. This game was as misguided of a misfire as you could possibly get. One that even outdid crossbow training for pure what the hell were you thinking with this. This game has such a backwards ass concept that I'm amazed that it even got off the drawing table. It's just that the Zelda formula does not lend itself well to multiplayer design. It almost never worked because that format is good for silly, low-effort party games that can embrace the element of chaos. Not what it was supposed to be, an intricate, puzzling adventure fantasy for 10 plus hours. Oh, and even though I said the puzzles were complicated, they're complicated puzzles to perform across 3 PCs. The puzzles are still as stock and simple and dull as hell as Four Swords Adventure, and if you had the option to get better controls or even better, just play as one human being, you could breeze through this entire game saving 4 hours guaranteed. Because the only reason why this game is such a huge mess is because you have to play it as 3 different people simultaneously. It is just pure garbage. This game should just be avoided at all costs. There is no redeeming feature to this, except for maybe the adorableness of getting to see Link dress up as Zelda from the other portable Zelda game. And lo, like Link is destined to always put on his green tunic once and once more for the Grand of Hyrule, we were destined to finally get to this game. The reinvigoration of the franchise, or so we're told. This game releasing absolutely revolutionized the series and the opinions therein. The entire game was unprecedented, the true realization of what the original game was trying to accomplish on modern 2017 specs. The long-awaited 3D entry after Skyward Sword's wet fart, and it was grand. This thing was winning the eyes of critics and being chalked up for obvious GOTY contention. It was Nintendo's masterpiece. At least that's what we'd been hearing for the 4 years since it came out. I played this around 2021 when attention had moved on and I was interested to see what this new vision for Zelda was going to be once I finally got it in my hands. I booted it up and got a pretty typical flat plotline that Ganondorf had taken over the realm, and because of some hard decisions by the defenders of the universe, Link ended up in a situation where he got stuck in a box for a century, while everything got typical Zelda fucked up, where Ganon got to sit in a castle forever trapped by Zelda actually doing something for once, and the occasional moblin roams the countryside and everyone just goes about their typical lives in comfortable fashion? Remember back in The Adventure of Link when Ganon started controlling people's minds and secreting in human-shaped monsters into one village? That was a fucked up Hyrule. This is kinda just the fantasy world that has small bands of the same monsters everywhere. The actual beasties on the tops of mountains exclusively, and the nice plains in front of Castletown swarming with battle bots. It honestly doesn't look all that bad, to be honest. This Hyrule just doesn't look all that bad, to be honest. It's not like everything's on fire or full of poison, but that's pretty much the point. Ganon is forced to wait for an infinite amount of time for Link to level up, and he can take as much time as the player thinks they need, which leaves you ample opportunity for sandbox shenanigans. In case this game's grandeur has somehow made you forget, this revolution of video games is not the first time we've had sandbox games. We've been doing this sort of wander around 'em up ever since World of Warcraft, and hell, probably even longer than that. Grand Theft Auto 4 is so old that it's from the early 360 era, so Breath of the Wild isn't as good or as new as it thinks it is an idea. And from the tone of this paragraph, you can probably tell that I have some major issues with the game's entire existence. Maybe I should just get this one out of the way since I'm tipping my cards now. I do not think that this game is a masterpiece. I don't think that this is the grand new era for Nintendo games. My opinion of this game is pretty much the opposite of how I feel about Majora's Mask, where all the additional stuff that was added to Breath of the Wild ended up making it more boring rather than more interesting like Majora. There's quite a bit of dead air in this game that for something of this scale is damned inexcusable. If you want to be the huge game, then you need content to fill it. Otherwise, you're just a landscape simulator, as nice as the landscapes are in this game. My rating for this game is that it's just kind of good. Probably around a 7 mostly because the Zelda stuff in it is fucking weak. The story of this game is totally deficient, from having that giant time jump from the interesting events to the humdrum now. Ganon isn't doing anything, and his influence doesn't change anything, and there's lacking evil leadership across the land. The only real adversity Link faces are the random Lynels and BattleBots on his journey, which are just mindless creatures wandering the fuck around in a big circle. There's a real lacking of narrative and threads to get involved with in Breath of the Wild. The side stuff isn't on par with an open world of this size. When I first wandered about, I expected to begin running into places of interest, NPCs, some quests on the road, no matter which direction I was going in, because everyone was going on about how grand and immersive this world was. The first thing I ran into were disguised bandits who easily handed my ass back to myself, which was an awful first impression. If the first thing you run into in an open worldy game is incredibly dangerous and a trap disguised as an NPC, what reasoning would I have for stopping to talk to anybody else or interact with any other thing? The game has just told me don't talk to this person, you have no idea is a murder hobo or you'll die, which is a terrible idea for a game that's supposed to be about the quest and the story you find along the way. This game is just crying out to be filled with MMO-style side quests where you talk to a person, fill a log with jobs, and then go out and do them in a bunch of interesting places, maybe some dungeoneering. But no, in this world all I found on my first trip was death and a stable I couldn't use. Oh, and that's something I'm really gonna grind my axe about. The horsemanship mechanic in this game sucks a ton of butts. You just can't get a horse in this game, which is your first easy travel mechanic. You have to locate a horse on the open plains, they aren't just everywhere, and you don't just have a horse summon button from the outset. You have to sneak up on a horse and smash a button at just the right time, which is an inexact science, and you can't fuck it up, because if you startle the horse, it'll run away and be faster than you at all times, and the capture mechanic isn't available on a startled horse. I didn't start using a horse in this game until the second half, which again was a mystifyingly stupid decision. This game is gigantic. It has these giant empty distances. Not having a way to get around that's quick and efficient and easy to do was something that should not have made it into this game, full stop. You know how it works in Assassin's Creed whatever? You just click a fucking button and there's a horse. It should not require a song and dance to do this. I literally should have been able to find Mr. Horse, point at Mr. Horse, and then have Mr. Horse as my own horse. Because that's how you do an open world that's fun. That's why Grand Theft Auto is seen as a fun game. It's easy to fuck around in it. You don't have to go through a 3-step routine to catch a car. You just have to take your car, because that's what an open world game is supposed to do. Make the fun accessible, easy to do. Also, you can't permanently save your Mr. Horse. If you fuck the horse up badly enough, then it'll get injured and you might have to go get it back at the cost at a stable. Otherwise, if you don't do that, you might need to go catch other Mr. Horses. I really can't remember how this all works, since again, I barely use the horsemanship in this game. It sucks that much. Why the fuck would I bother learning something that's so stupidly hard to manage? But however it fucking works, it's wrong, because it involves you losing your horse entirely and your fast travel with no easy way to instantly get it back, which is just a dumb idea. It's a bad idea for this game to have realistic horse carrying in it. It's inefficient, annoying, and time-consuming, not to mention a cost that you have to deal with to not only heal your horse and stable your horse, but you also have to hunt for your fucking mount, which is absurd in a video game. And then you get to the DLC and you play it, and you finally get a motorcycle, which is an instantly summonable fast travel mode right at the very end of the whole game. Thanks, Nintendo, for realizing your mistake at the literal 11th hour. So, the biggest sticking point with me in why Breath of the Wild has these major issues is that its world is a lot emptier than you would think it going in, with very little in terms of side questing, NPCs on the road, and stuff to tackle and do between major missions. Even when you get to these villages, which are supposed to be the hubs of things to do, it's lacking. You might get, like 5 side quests in Kakariko or the Goron village. There's just not a lot to do. There's not a big, multifaceted quest log of a side thing to go do, like an MMO, which this game should be like. But then there's another problem in getting around this empty Hyrule full of death. It's also not as free roaming as it should be. My example is that the misstep that Nintendo took in placing the Lost Worlds as a centerpiece of the Hyrule puzzle. This region should have been placed in one of the map's corners without a doubt, because the entire concept of the Lost Woods means that it has specific entrances and exits. It's inherently very boxed in because it's supposed to be a land full of illusion where people get lost. There's one way in and one way out, meaning that in travel, it's a giant hassle in the middle of the map. You can't travel how you want through it. You have to travel around it, and that's a lesser problem in a bunch of areas. Sometimes you'll just run into a theoretical invisible wall. Either because you'll run into a high-level enemy that's faster than you and so there's a good death chance out of the blue, or simply that the mountain or cliff you're trying to climb is simply too high at whatever level you went in on. This can be circumvented with the many stamina enhancements, but you might not have them, and that's not a good way to do Get Good. Get Good works because you have the tool to accomplish something at your disposal already in your hands. You just have to learn how to use it. It doesn't work when it's go find the tool and then you'll be able to accomplish the thing because you found the thing. I will give the climbing mechanics this. It is the most interesting part of the game because unlike Assassin's Creed who nailed climbing in Syndicate because they just skipped it altogether because it was boring and slow, climbing in Breath of the Wild can get quite fun because you have to do it strategically. You have to find the best paths and estimate the slopes, doing it in proper weather so it's actually possible, and that was the reason I ended up standing still for 15 minutes waiting for the rain to change next to a mountain before I realized that the region just had permanent rain there. Again, another reason why doing straight lines from A to B in an Explore map is strangely restricted, even when you get your endgame abilities. This problem sometimes persists because the powers aren't good enough to scale some mountains without the specific equipment to max out your stamina. The climbing in this game is a fantastic challenge, a great part of the experience, since you'll be doing it a lot of all of the time. We should also talk about the Peninsula tutorial, and another great thing that the game does, but can also lead to annoyance if you're not properly stacked up for it. The tutorial island is a place you're stuck on because it's too far away from anything else and you don't have the tools to make the jump over the cliff edge. In order to get to the game, you have to help out an old man by defeating 3 temples on the island. 2 of them are relatively simple to get to, but one of them is on top of the island in an ice region, which restricts your abilities and will also kill you over time if you stay there for too long. There's also a bridge out, so this is where Breath of the Wild shines, in that you have to figure out your own way using the tools at your disposal to get up there. It's a creative, problem-solving ask. What do you do as a player? You can try a cliff climb, swimming, cooking something for a buff, or finding where the lost bridge actually ended up and putting it back. It's a multi-ended question without any specific quest marker or preamble telling you that the challenge is even there in the first place. It's one of the best examples of vague questing that I've ever seen because the challenge is real, it's immediately apparent, and you will get hurt pretty bad if you answer wrong. Apparently the easy answer is to cook nearby peppers to extend your ice survival bar and then just climb up and smack the moblins to get to the temple. This was where the game looked at its absolute best, and then you get to the rest of the game and discover the vast spaces between any events. Since I just mentioned it, the temples are another major part of the game experience and the most prolific side content to do overall. Each one will net you a longer life bar, and if you play for long enough, your health will turn into the longest health bar in Zelda history, covering a lot of the top of the screen. Each temple contains 1 to a few puzzles to be solved, kind of like Portal test rooms. Some of them are simpler, some of them are harder, some are clever, and some are actually really stupid. Because there are so many temples in this game, there's a huge variety of puzzles to solve. The problem is that after a while, they do get repetitive and feel like filler gameplay, mostly because not each temple was made the same way, with a bunch lacking effort or uniqueness or creativity. Some of them are also either freebies, usually rewards for doing a side quest, or a simple arena challenge where you fight a battle bot, or at worst, 4 of the worst enemies of the game, sometimes simultaneously. Overall, I found the temple idea pretty dull after a while, containing dullard puzzles that just feels like you win if you put enough time into it rather than being a satisfying thinking problem. Then there are the gimmick motion control temples, which are usually garbage tier in general. It's just Nintendo just trying to show off what they can do with the Switch and not much else. It wasn't a good idea to use these simplistic places to fill out an open world with other content. It makes it look like Nintendo were trying to take the easy way out of actually making an open world game. Another issue is that Breath of the Wild doesn't have the horizon interactivity that it really should have for this type of game that it stands. The Explore Anywhere game. It's got the same setup as Dark Souls for doing so, but the aforementioned exploring blockades create a disconnect between such fun climbs. You just can't climb every mountain because some are just too damn tall, or they contain too scary of monsters. Dark Souls was actually cleverly designed with its map because if you saw something, you generally had a way to get there no matter what it was. You know, sometimes you did run into a path where it was clearly too high level for you, but you weren't just running into blockages to your progress at every turn because the game was actually designed to have paths to everything you saw in the distance. But I will also give the game some credit. There are certain things that are incredible to behold, but there's only a handful of those things. The first time you see an elemental dragon flying down to the Lost Woods or one of the labyrinths, going to that huge bridge over a lake and doing some questing around there. This game does have some cool moments, but there are too few and far between. I wish it had more unique challenges like having to sneak your way into Gerudo City disguised as a woman because it's a one-gendered society. The only challenge to getting to Goron Town is not accidentally setting yourself on fire just by standing in one place too long. Now, since we got that out of the way, let's get to the real stinkers of this game, the real reason why this game was never going to be destined to be a good Zelda. And let's get the obvious right out of the way. Weapon durability was a terrible idea, and I don't care how justified it is in the game's formula or how much it wasn't a problem for you. Just in general, objectively, it's a god-awful idea. The game should be about collecting stuff to have the best stuff, actually progressing our character and getting rewards for being good at besting its difficulty, instead of just losing the good stuff all the time and hoping that we just find more of it somewhere else. Fucking stupid, and like most, I hated it all the way down, especially when the special items that you get for actually completing the beast dungeons, you can get those weapons back, but they're fucking expensive. At least I had a better experience throughout this game, since I was picking up as many equal quality items for what I was losing along my entire journey. I wasn't actually getting into a drought of weapons where I just had to start fighting things with a fucking level 2 stick. The next stupid and god-awful idea was this game's dungeon design. All 4, and count them 4 in this huge fucking world, 4 of them are actual trash, and they should all be ashamed of themselves. When you first get to a dungeon, it's more than a few hours into the game because you have to do the establishment of the quest, getting in touch with the ninja squad that's running the resistance, figuring out that all the super weapon controllers have died in the meantime, and then you can start going to the 4 corners of this fucking map. Figuring out how to talk to the elders properly and eventually get access to finding the beast temples. It takes bloody ages, and the reward is definitely not worth it. These dungeons are simplistic, tiny, and harebrained, and for some inexcusable reason, they almost all play and look exactly the same as each other with just a few gimmicks here and there, such as turning the entire temple over to get access to different parts of it. The problem is that this is literally the only puzzle to all 4 dungeons. They're all short as hell because they are tiny maps with no hallways, and it's essentially just one giant puzzle cube repeated 4 times. Your mission for every dungeon is to wander around the silly cube and then locate 5 pedestals and touch them to open up the boss, which is just an elemental Ganondorf that looks like a ridiculous mech monster spewing out toxic waste. They're all pretty dumb looking and over designed, and also boss combat was pretty clunky across the board, just not as tight and puzzly as they should have been. Mostly because all the dungeons are so generic that there's no way for them to integrate dungeon items to the bosses. One of the dungeons was so bad that it limited your equipment, because you needed to have anti-fire equipment on you just to get around the damn thing. You know how they managed this in previous Zelda games? They literally just gave you a shirt. Wear the fucking shirt and you're fine. It's just a part of the natural progression to get there. No, now it's just time-limited potions or these specific armors you have to buy in the town. So you better hope you bought one for the damn high price and you had the money to do so in the first place. That one example right there just shows how poorly conceived these dungeons were in their entirety. The one spot, the one time I'll give some leeway is the Gerudo Beast, which had a slightly better gimmick and boss fight in Thunderblight Ganon, who was small, but incredibly fast, meaning that you had to learn Dark Souls roll timings to get that boss done. That was actually a little bit fun. What wasn't fun was its more random projectiles that I had no real counter against. I could probably find a clip of me just figuring out a counter is just standing behind a pillar, because again, these bosses do not have arenas, you just fight them in the dungeon, because apparently it was the perfect place for them to do so. Again, I want to underline, it's far from being perfect or really good, but it was also the best of all four of them. I am just amazed that Zelda dungeons were made this badly in a game purportedly supposed to be the most grand and open adventure that Nintendo had ever made. It's actually kind of startling to me that they fell back to worse than Majora's Mask level. Legitimately, some of the dungeons in Zelda's Adventure were better than this malarkey. They're incredibly weak, they're bog standard, they're completely lacking of solid core puzzles and environmental design. Every dungeon in a Zelda game should not look the same as all the other ones. This is inexcusable. At least the climb up to the Ganon battle is a lot better, since that mission brings back the open-endedness of the tutorial island, where you're just being given a horrifying area full of high-level robots and security cameras, and you just have to figure out the best way for you to get to the top of it, and then try your best. An actual test of skill at how this game works to stealth around and fight these enemies. I wish most of the game had ideas like this. It was a great idea to separate you from the Master Sword using a health gate. You needed a specific amount of health to grab the Master Sword, and since the temples are so ubiquitous and easy to find all over the place, it's a great way to encourage exploration and play it the way that you're supposed to be playing. You know, actually giving you the freedom to choose what you want to do. And that's arguably where the game's biggest failure is. It's the most fun when it's being used as a creativity toy instead of as an adventure game. This game is full of intricate systems, tons of variables, and a bunch of kooky power-ups for you to fuck around with whatever you want, and that's a great idea for having an amazing time screwing around with the sandbox. But it doesn't make for an adventure. Most of that awesome exploding rafts or jumping a cliff on your shield and some slow time doesn't come into a casual playthrough of Breath of the Wild, because it's simply too cumbersome and inconsistent to set up when you need it to be set up. It doesn't get integrated into any of the journey, dungeons, or any of the puzzles that you're solving. The fun and the problem with the sandbox is that you don't exactly know how it's going to react when you start screwing with it, so it's not a useful enough mechanic to learn how to do it as a tool at your disposal at any other time. None of that links into the fun of what Zelda is fun is supposed to be. A fantasy adventure. It seems to be more fun when people use it as an odd analog of Mario Maker, and that's a problem. Another big issue is that story the game is trying to tell. The characters in this game are just bad across the board. The four champions and their descendants don't have a lot of personality. They don't get the opportunities to show their character traits and get really involved in the game, being consistently appearing. The supposedly major characters just act as elaborately designed NPCs that you aren't going to see again as you head out on the other side of the world, and that time spent in their region isn't enough time to get to know them and see themselves in action, really get interested in their character. Plus, they sound too similar to each other since the central tone of the story is that it's nearing hopelessness, but we're going to be stoic against it because we're the good guys. And most of the characters just sound like that. There's no real exceptions except for the Birdman, whose notable trait is that he's full of himself, which would be annoying if it wasn't the only other character we have got that isn't just a stoic badass. Another issue is that they have one-note quirks like Birdman's descendant who is a father, or Gerudo champion being motherly towards Zelda. It would be nice if they had a tentpole of a questline for the region, instead of just being the signpost that we have to talk to and unlock before getting to the Beast Temple and then fucking off forever. The game tries to have a plot by showing us vignettes from the past through collectible memories where we get to see how everything got fucked up 100 years ago. Flashbacks are just not a story, and even then the flashbacks aren't lengthy enough or involving enough to add up to a full story. We do get to see Zelda's backstory, which could have been great if it was tied into an overarching narrative, but this idea that she's filled with all this anxiety and failing to unlock her destiny after many weeks of trying is a good flaw to give a Destiny child. It's just that because we have this 100-year gap between those memories and never getting to actually meet Zelda throughout the game, I don't really care because it's not integrated into the story at all. It's just a fact that this thing, these bad feelings, were just happening 100 years ago. But now she's perfectly fine. She unlocked her power and she's battling Ganon for an entire century. How does that relate to the fucking, despair backstory you gave her? Now it just doesn't matter because she succeeded. And now she's boring. Having all of this weight on her and everything depend on something that Zelda couldn't manage to accomplish, and seeing how they deal with that despair could have been great if it just wasn't a bunch of disconnected scenes. If she had Link be an actual character to respond to her grief. Maybe palling her around with more characters. You know, some stories, those things that have been in video games for the last 20 years. And another short thing I do want to say in this section is just totally pushing against this idea that a bunch of these problems don't matter, and the game is still a masterpiece because this is Nintendo's first at-bat at this sort of game. That right there is a false idea. That is conclusively incorrect. We've not only been making these sorts of content-filled open-world games for many years prior to Breath of the Wild, but Nintendo has also been in the business of making games for 3 decades. Saying that Breath of the Wild is a game by an inexperienced team is the most absurd claim I've ever heard. They know how to make games, they just made Breath of the Wild boring. In summation, Breath of the Wild isn't the grand vision of the future that I thought it was going to be, for how hyped up everybody talked about this one. This one being such a obvious GOTY that I thought it was going to be that obvious 10 out of 10 thing that knocked Pry off the pedestal. Instead, it's a collection of mismanaged missteps and little problems that add up to wrecking the game, such as an interesting concept for it and not living up to its great potential that it gave itself. Twilight Princess is my peak of the series because it was always giving us new stuff to do, and most of it was equal in quality to everything else. It was creative when it built its quest. Breath of the Wild gives you the opportunities to make your own fun, but that didn't fill the world with enough stuff to fill out an adventuring day. It's too sparse, it's too tightly packed, and it's not easily findable. It's not easily workable. It's a shame that Nintendo defaulted a lot of its side stuff to these contextless puzzle temples with wildly changing quality. When I got first killed by that NPC bandit, that should have tipped me off to the main problem of the game. It does not reward exploration in the ways that it should. You can climb a really hard thing to climb, and find a Lionel up there that'll kill you in 2 sword swipes, and toss you off the mountain. It takes away a bunch of your weapons if you fight something really high level. Its combat is too clunky to be fluid and fast paced. Its boss fights just suck in general, along with its bigger enemies, and the regions of the game lack a central plot point to make them a point of interest, and the best that some of them can do is just look cool or be a store. These places should have names and prominent characters, some actual events that happen in the town that we can really get involved with. I can't even remember the major characters' names, the Defenders of Hyrule, those 8 people. I can recommend this game, but I do have to give that caveat that the hype and the grand potential that you hear about with this game is just a lie. It's not as big and full of life as what people said it was. Hell, God of War 2018 has a more reactive world to get lost in than Breath of the Wild. This game has open plains full of nothing but things that can kill you. There is so much nothing to this game that it's amazing to me that they made the map so ridiculously big. This game could have been saved if it had a redeeming feature, inventive combat, a good paced story, or simply just fun dungeon puzzles. It's a Zelda game that doesn't have good Zelda content. I grew so bored of this game that I did 3 of the dungeons without stopping to do anything else. Mostly because on my straight line journeys from one side of the map to the other, I wasn't finding any reason to stop and smell the roses. There were no roses, and so I didn't stop. To just quickly touch on the DLC too, it adds a bunch of features to the game if you want them, such as expert level missions where you die in one hit, a higher difficulty level, some additional quests, but most importantly it has a bunch of collectible items found within riddles from previous Zelda games, such as finding Majora's Mask, Xanth's helmet, Midna's helmet, and the Phantom Ganon armor. Discovering those chests gives you another opportunity to explore the entire map, which is nice, but again, there's no story attached to any of this, so it just ends up being another round of markers tossed on the map for you to play the game your way. Well, here's how I played the game my way: bored. I was kinda surprised that I went back for this game. I hemmed and hawed on including it in the video, but figured I'd try to stay consistent since the Philips games were included as well. So I played this around a couple weeks ago. I booted it up and for some reason this indie game decided to start in medias res and pretended that I knew who the main character was already. I don't, but hey, the plot is that she's dropped into Hyrule for no reason and wants to go back home for no reason. Since this is an outsider's view on the Zelda-verse, we get the choice between either playing as Link or Zelda, and obviously I chose Zelda because the green gremlin has had way too much of the spotlight. The gameplay is nearly identical, other than I believe Link gets to start with a sword and Zelda gets a dagger, a terrible first weapon, and then you're just unleashed on the world. Unlike Link to the Past, Hyrule Necrodancer has an awful first experience because your first weapon is trash and you aren't told where to go first, which would be fine if the difficulty curve wasn't up a couple of notches from the word go. I ran into the Dark Souls issue where the area I ran to with the least resistance kept killing me over and over again, so I thought that I needed to go somewhere else. No, I learned, this is just what the game is. It's technically just like any other Zelda 2D game, except you have to do everything to the beat of the music, including movement, and to be fair, in rhythm game terms, it's actually pretty good. The soundtrack is fairly great, and being able to keep the beat while watching the actual screen is nicely intuitive, since the beat stays consistent for a very long time. If you are having trouble playing the game like I did, the game also does offer you a mode to turn the beat following off, but I have some sort of integrity when I make these videos, so I kept the defaults and struggled mightily for the first hour or two. I was not able to get my head around this system at all, and just kept trying my best and was berated consistently for it, either directly in text boxes or just losing out on collectible treasure chests. I want to underline this heavily for this section, unlike everything else I've talked about that's bad. Hyrule Necrodancer isn't a bad game, I just couldn't make the most out of it. It does have a few flaws though, such as only having 4 dungeons, and all of the dungeons being incredibly combat focused and extremely light on puzzles, which might be par for the course with a rhythm game being more streamlined. Than the obvious question is, why Zelda as a partner when Metroid would have probably made more sense? Also, another reason why this game doesn't have any puzzles is that it's a roguelite, so it's just randomly generating everything, and I guess you can't really do puzzles in a randomly generated sort of map, but then again, maybe randomly generate the overworld and give us some really banging puzzles? I don't know, maybe the dungeons should have been the exception to the rule. But then again, maybe Zelda was all that Nintendo was willing to work with that day in 2018. The actual plot of this game is that we have to track down 4 magical instruments because apparently the Hyrule goddesses were also a bunch of music nerds, because this exact same sort of plot has now happened 5 times. And use those to defeat the musical bad boy trying to summon Ganon due to potatoes. And get Blondie back home to Necrodancevania or wherever the fuck she's from. The game is fairly vicious at the beginning due to not having access to any good items or good swords. I struggled up until I just randomly got a sword that slashed in a chest knight's pattern, and actually having some range was what made up for my incompetence at playing it. The game probably would have been better off toning down the amount of enemies in the first area, since a few screens in will have you going up against 8 to 11 bad guys, which is a lot for someone who can't keep the beat going. Plus, getting around the map is another challenge due to the lack of pointers to where the dungeons actually are, where your progression is, and how to get around some of these blockages to the dungeons themselves. Luckily, this game doesn't have many Zelda items, so getting around is more about map searching than obtuse puzzles, but map layout is comparatively bad to other Zelda games, since the layouts are designed to funnel you indirectly throughout the series, whereas Necrodancer just seems to have splayed out a map and then slapped us on the backside on our way out the door. Also, there's not much narrative, no posing or cutscenes from the main villain, the world has a dreadful lack of NPCs or additional quests, and there's like one friendly village throughout the whole thing. The map is frankly tiny, which is fair considering it has to accommodate the 4 dungeons being badly pathed towards. But it means that at most, all I got out of this game was like 6 to 8 hours of fun time. And I wouldn't call that much for the $20 I spent on it. Plus, the enemy selection is pretty limited, and there aren't many area or dungeon gimmicks to make each encounter really feel special and stand outy. It feels like 4 slightly altered copies from each other and increase the length just a little bit. There's not much to these dungeons other than randomly rolled and possibly unfair combat where you get mobbed by a bunch of dark nuts or something right out of the gate. The bosses can range between serviceable and bad. Like most better indie projects, the boss fights just don't stand out. They are flashy and cool when they're on screen, but they stay with you afterwards as long as your typical superhero moving. The bosses are just content filler for the games they're in and don't really try anything more beyond that. The one thing I do appreciate is that all of the bosses are just being pulled wholesale from the retro Zelda games, but they each have a musical name pun like Glockenspiel, which is kind of clever. It's just a shame that Glockenspiel is also the worst of the bosses, having me take around 25 attempts to get it done, since you need to cut off all the heads using limited space. Since if you get in the water, that'll frequently get hit with a giant AoE spell throughout the entire water area, making those areas completely useless until the second half of the game. There is no rhyme or reason to this guy's movements, and since you mostly use melee to attack it and can only attack it from the front, this was a whole math puzzle that should have been figured out during planning. Each of the 4 heads can take like 7 hits before being cut off. Then the second half of the fight is that you have to deal with each of Glockenspiel's heads flying around at angles and also spitting attacks at you. The problem is that since their paths are diagonal and yours aren't, you just have to guess and hope that you can hit them on the passes, which is pretty damn hard for some reason since the hits seem to have been calculated in between the diagonal passes, and of course, they're flying around constantly and there's multiple targets that each require like another 4 hits, and they also do contact damage. This boss was a clear screwball of fucking the player over that should have been ironed out just a little bit. Maybe have the heads run at you in 90-degree angles instead. Beyond that, the final dungeon is pathetic. Fighting one phase of the final battle is insultingly easy since you get to control 3 heroes simultaneously to do it, and Ganon has such a huge hurt box that you can hit him like every 8 seconds of the fight. At the end of the day, Hyrule Necrodancer was a nice opportunity for the indie dev to partner with the most well-known video game franchise to create something totally new for the franchise. I'm sure that rhythm roguelite is good for some people, but I'm not one of them. Pairing this system onto a dungeon crawler might not be the best marriage, especially due to the player having limited options available to them with items and picking up swords. Pairing Necrodancer with Zelda is probably a worse idea since Zelda relies on being a complicated dungeon quest full of towns and content to do, whereas Necrodancer's core gameplay doesn't mesh with those RPG-like mechanics too well. And then to top it all off, with little to no narrative means that Hyrule Necrodancer is going to be as forgettable as many other mid-tier indie game. I can respect the game for being well made, but it doesn't do enough to intrigue me beyond my frustrations. I will tell you all right at the start of the game that this game did something I thought was impossible. It actually managed to tell Breath of the Wild's story better than Breath of the Wild did, because it actually put us in a time period when the Hyrule heroes were doing things and doing things along their descendants, so that we could see the Zelda Avengers actually doing things and going on a quest to save the world. What a weird idea to improve a video game by doing something like that. Okay, before you actually watch this section, go watch the Originals section because like the Dynasty series, Omega Force essentially just made more of the first game instead of something totally brand new. The major difference is that instead of looking at the whole series, this game is just focusing on Breath of the Wild itself and manages to improve it by giving us time to spend with the game's characters and the world they're in. Getting to defend the land from some random anime guy, using a magical time travel device to get involved in Ganon's business. The game is pretty much the same setup and core loop as the original. These huge maps full of useless squads of minions, the occasional bigger enemy and enemy camps that you can clear out, places where you can defend your own camps and help out dying commanders, a big pool of these wacky characters to improve and equip over time along these giant battlefields, and trust me when I say that even though this game is focusing on one game, they managed to pull way more characters from it than you would think. And just the game is generally overall bigger than the first game. In spite of only having one game to adapt with, Omega Force made the most of it by pulling every major character, even the fairies of the lake for some reason, and even later in the DLC, you get another character that I'm surprised they forgot about. But considering that Omega Force is Omega Force, I wouldn't be that sure on that decision. This game takes us through a repeat of the Breath of the Wild story, but includes the time travel, so we don't have to deal with that 100-year gap between the interesting events and just get right into the action. The first part of the game is unlocking the 4 Great Beasts by doing regional battlefield quests on the world map. On top of that, the map also includes tons of these resource mission things where you can spend vendor trash you grab in other missions or battlefields to level up your improvements, systems, or characters. You also get completion rewards if you manage to do an entire region worth of quests, and there's a lot to spend money on, but objectively the combos and improvements that you do get barely matter. You'll spend the money just because that they're there and easy to do, and that you have to try and keep up with the game's leveling. You'll be going through the training ground a lot since this game has so many characters and character-specific missions that you'll need to have rapid level up available as a mechanic. It's a fine idea, just a shame when it locks me into a character I despise, such as the Korok tree guy. The gameplay with Hyrule Warriors has complicated a little bit by introducing more complicated boss fights along with new super moves, blocking and dodging. It's just a shame that doing these things doesn't really guarantee you a huge damage dodge, and on a bunch of higher level attacks barely works, making them somewhat useless other than just being invincible for a few seconds, which is cheap for a combat system. You do have the ability to flurry rush if you perfect dodge an attack, which is going to be absolutely crucial throughout the game, because those are going to really hit up your critical hits, which again is a vital part of the combat. You need to have gotten those hits to do any real damage. While I will say that the Zelda adventure cutscenes are great since they involve us more in that interesting Ganon takes over the world plot that BOTW never showed us at the time, and getting to see more of the characters actually doing things, the antagonist is forgettable nonsense. It's just a dude in a robe holding a ball of time. That's the villain of this game. It's like the opposite of the original's villain being a flamboyant fangirl of Zelda games. This guy is so generic that you forget he's in the game a bunch of times, and he's the one supposedly driving the devastation happening. They do add in a new sort of mission to this game in the second half, these Great Beast missions, which are vehicle sections using the overpowered Great Beast to wreck thousands of minions. These are fun times since you get to have a power fantasy and destroy everything in your path, even some Ganon blights at times, multiple ones if you want. The combat is completely different and honestly pretty clunky, but it's also just really dumb fun. The controls don't really matter if you can just flatten 5,000 people legitimately. It doesn't require much attention until the higher level missions start pumping out the anti-air all over your ass. The boss fights in general are better designed, they have more gimmicks and can put up a fair amount of a fight, they have better tactics that you have to follow, which is good. It makes them more dynamic encounters. It's just that since the gameplay is designed for Dynasty Warrior clumsiness, trying to make that tactical and intricate can sometimes lead to just bad encounters, especially with the aforementioned character locking missions. There's not much more that I'm going to talk about with this game. The game's ideas are lifted almost wholesale from Breath of the Wild, which was the point. We're just fighting the Ganons again with nothing unique from this game itself other than the terrible villain. It's basically just more Hyrule Warriors, and it is well made if you like Warriors games, but I didn't get that much out of it, mostly because even at its best day, Breath of the Wild doesn't have interesting characters or a good central plot with Ganon or whatever antagonist he happens to team up with. If this game leaned a bit more into the whole causing of despair and darkness spreading over the land, something like that, it could have been something, but the hope fighting against the dire circumstances thing has been done too many times, and without a unique spin on it, the story is just white noise to me, and even with each pair of heroes being in this game, it's a good management game, has lots to do and unlock, a whole ton of characters in the base game, and they all have pretty good gimmicks. They all feel like their own different characters. They have better combat and boss fights, even new types of missions and gimmicks, but at the end of the day, it just doesn't add up to a franchise highlight. It's just a pretty good, solid Hyrule Warriors sorts of game. The DLC for this game adds in a bunch more missions and resource sinks for you to take advantage of, but the missions included are kind of bad. They're supposed to be flashbacks of strife from the game's characters, which means that they don't actually have a central story for this pack. It's just disconnected times of action relating to each character, and each one is character locked, so that's really fun. But they don't include a narrative through line through all of them, or a hook, or even much tied to the characters themselves. The one I can remember is the Bird Brothers rescuing a little kid from a forest because the younger Birdman is a dad, and that was the whole thing. It's just a random handful of missions to extend the playtime for like 3 hours. It does have something because they add in that good egg robot from the future as a character that came to help out the Zelda adventures because it could time travel, but that went very, very wrong. The reason is because throughout the DLC you have to fight the evil counterpart of that robot, which is corrupted by Ganon into the most ridiculous Ganon blight monster yet. Each of the 2 times you see it are survival boss fights where you just have to get it down to at most like 80% health, because you're forced to play as the egg robot who has terrible stats and doesn't fight well. Plus, landing critical hits on this monster is insanely hard, and it can hit almost the entire arena whenever it wants to. It has these huge sweeping attacks. I thought it was supposed to be a joke and will kill it off with a good character. No, at the end of the DLC, you actually have to fight this thing the whole way as the Egg Bot, with no opportunity to level it up in the usual way. Apparently, there is a collectible you can find or someone you can talk to just max out the stats on this character, and that probably makes it a good boss fight, but I didn't do that. I fought this boss the shitty way, and the successful attempt to do it, and yes, I actually killed the boss on the Eggbot's base stats, which is fucking insane since it is such a terrible combat character, probably took around a half hour on the successful attempt. This boss fight is completely ridiculous. As it stands, since you barely have any time to land critical hits, and the boss does crazy damage. The only saving grace is that it's really predictable and has a heavy pattern to it. Without critical hits, you do insultingly tiny damage to this boss, and it has a metric ton of health. This thing is a nightmare if you don't know how to get it up to level 100, which, considering how it's presented in the DLC, should just have been like its default level. There is no way that the legitimate path forward was how it's presented. You cannot fight this boss on the default level 45 character. You need that huge boost, otherwise you are legitimately trying to break down a brick wall with your face. It is one of the most idiotic boss fights I've ever seen, and it's a shame since properly scaled, it would be a good challenging boss fight with a better character or proper stats. Otherwise, this thing should have stayed a joke. The Eggbot is too bad of a character. But deal with all of this and that insanely grindy boss, and you do get rewarded with the game's last new character, Robble and other lady. The Inventor twins, who I sure are a good character, but I will never know because the game then ran out of content. I did what I wanted with the DLC. The DLC had a bunch of good stuff in it if you want to shell out the cash, and you really like this game. Omega Force put some good development behind it, and like the game itself, I do respect that it was released and it was a proper DLC. But I also don't love it. It's also better than the base Breath of the Wild, which is actually pretty funny for a third-party game. Zelda is like many of my favorite series, but clearly it is not perfect. It's been a tool of innovation both in false and in truth by Nintendo, which means that it had some ups and downs, and even though some people won't admit it, some of even the 3D games are bad games. Wind Waker is a worse Zelda. Zelda 2 and Skyward Sword are obviously bad. Almost every single spin-offy Zelda was a bad idea. It's probably one of those series that are not going to survive as it looks if the team behind it start losing their big names, because clearly only Nintendo are the ones that can make Zelda what it's supposed to be. Even in its bad days, parts of those bad games still feel like legitimate Zelda experiences. For the fact that this video has gone well beyond 2 hours means that there's tons to talk about with Zelda. Each game is its own story, which is how the game is set out. It's not supposed to be this interconnected franchise where everything is related to everything else. They're self-contained stories that can either stand or fail on their own merits. Zelda has given us some different sorts of adventures that all feel the same, and likewise the series is stale and vibrant at the same time. As long as Nintendo continues to put out consoles, there will always be a new Zelda. This series will have legs for the next 20 years at least. There are still places to go, things to see, and shit to hit with whatever flavor of hookshot we'll get next. I did want to end the video with that sort of bombastic sentence, but figured that we should go through some random thoughts. Each of these games are part of Zelda canon. As much as we want to forget them and they'll never be called back to, the Philips Zelda games did happen and they are technically canon because everything in Zelda is canon. Each Link is their own Link, and that will just probably be the shit Link in Zelda since they both carried hero duties in that trilogy. Honestly, I could say that I probably didn't like half of the franchise on a subjective level, because Zelda likes to do a lot of different things and tries to innovate in 20 different ways throughout its entire history. A lot of those experiments were bad ideas, and even the good games, there are bad dungeons. That's why, in spite of Twilight Princess clearly being the best Zelda, it still has the Temple of Time, so I can't call it a perfect game. But just really goddamn close to it. But for most interesting, I'd have to give the edge to Majora's Mask. I don't think that even Nintendo at the time thought that the game that gave them only limited development on making and were asset flipping like 80% of the characters from Ocarina of Time thought that the game was going to be as weird and absurd as it was. Obviously the Tingle game is more absurd, but Majora is a game that's deep. It has a weird philosophy and deals with characters on the verge of dying. That is a cool world. It's just a shame that the Zelda parts of it couldn't stack up. Right now, Zelda is still recovering from its rough patch. Triforce Heroes, the worst modern Zelda game, was only 3 or so games ago. I know that Zelda could absolutely go GOTY again, but its future is going to depend on whether or not Nintendo can improve the myriad of problems with Breath of the Wild. That game was not as nearly a masterpiece enough as what people said mostly, since it's just a huge empty world, and if you aren't willing to get sandboxy with it, and Mario Maker up a floating battle raft, then it's just a mediocre Zelda adventure with a lot of travel time. Nintendo is going to have to renovate this game from the ground up to get that concept working as it should. So after a long-winded video, I will leave you guys all out there with a final victory for Gamer. Thanks for sticking with me on this video, since this video legitimately took me probably 2 months to edit together. I do appreciate the support, and I will see you guys next time.